68.
That would have been in what I would call an extra bedroom, which would have been off the hallway from Miss Grinstead's bedroom.
Right, and State's Exhibit 69.
The same room, same bedroom.
Now, with regard to the residence, what room within the house did you notice that were the most things that you looked in? What room was that?
That would have been her bedroom.
With regard to the other rooms in the house, did you notice anything kind of out of place or anything of disturbed?
No.
With regard to the bedroom when you were there, did other people come in the house when you were there?
Yes.
And who was that?
When I was there, Chief Hancock was in there, and I think Mr. Portier came in also.
Now, you talked about the bathroom when you were in Ms. Grinstead's bathroom there. Did you notice anything in the bathroom?
Yeah, actually her cordless phone was laying on the floor, right in front of the sink.
And you say cordless phone, we've kind of moved along in technology. If you can, just tell us what a cordless phone is and what you mean by cordless phone.
One that don't have a cord attached, that you sit in a cradle to charge and you can take in and out and walk all over the house and talk on.
Now, with regard to that cordless phone that was in the floor of the bathroom, did you find a cradle, if you will, that it corresponded to?
Yes.
And where was that cradle?
In our bedroom.
And where in the bedroom was that?
Beside the bed.
And what, if anything, did you do with the cell phone after finding it in, or the cordless phone, once you found it in the bathroom?
I looked on the caller ID to see the last number that was called on it.
And do you recall the last number called on it?
Yes, it was Nancy and Gerald Redmond's phone number.
And who is that? Did you know that
That'd be
person?
Marcus's mom and stepdad.
And what, if anything, did you do with the phone at that time?
I called Marcus off of my cell phone, and during our discussion of when the last time he seen Tara, so on and so forth, my cell phone started going dead. So I told him, I said, if my cell phone goes dead, I'll call you off of her home phone. And my cell phone did go dead, and I called him off of her home phone.
Off of that cordless phone?
Correct.
And what did you do with the cordless phone once you used it to call Mr. Hart?
I don't remember if I set it down or put it, I don't know.
Now, once you had gone through the interior of the residence, actually, let me find what I'm looking for here. Just 1 second. With regard to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 20. Figure out which way. 26. Now, with regard to you referred to the cordless phone and the cradle. Is that depicted in this photograph? Are you able to see that?
It is. It's right back there by the lamp.
All right. Is this the area where you're referring to, where I'm pointing now? Is that
Yes.
that area?
Yes.
Okay. After going through the interior of the residence, did you also go to the outside of the residence?
I did.
And did you collect any items of evidence there from outside of the residence?
I did.
And tell me about that, please.
There was a cream-colored latex glove laying approximately 15 or so feet off of the front porch in front of the house.
And were you able to see that, or did somebody direct you to it, or how did you come to
I saw it. I mean, it was in the open.
show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 44. Were you able to see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And where in that photograph was the item that you were just talking about, the glove?
It's right out there in front of the second stepping stone, right in the edge of that pine straw.
Showing you State's Exhibit 42. And is that the item that you're speaking of?
Yes, sir.
And is that the location was where you saw it?
Yes, sir.
And is that the location of it from which you collected it?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with this item when you collected it?
It was placed in a evidence bag and placed in the cab of my truck.
When you say an evidence bag, what kind of evidence
Paper
bag?
evidence bag.
You say a paper bag, what color was it?
Brown.
Okay. With regard to that item, once you placed it into the evidence bag, the brown paper bag, and placed it in your truck, did you do anything to change the nature of that item?
No.
And what did you do with that item after you collected it?
After I collected it and finished photographing the scene, I took it to the police department and sealed it and held it and eventually turned it over to GBI agent.
Okay. From the time that you collected it there at the scene, October the 24th, 2005, put it in the evidence bag, took it back to your office, and turned it over to GBI, did you do anything to change the nature of that item?
No.
Also, did you also collect a cell phone belonging to Ms. Grinstead?
I did.
Actually, before I do that, let me follow up with this. There we are at the top. I just didn't see it. My fault. Show you one at a time, I guess. Let's see. State's Exhibit number 71, and ask if you'll look at that, please, sir.
Okay.
And what is State's Exhibit 71?
It's a property evidence sheet listing the glove.
And with regard to whose department is this particular?
Oscillator Police Department.
And is that an evidence receipt that you filled out, chain of custody form, regarding this glove that we're talking about?
Yes,
And does it have your signature on it?
it does.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 72, and ask if you look at that document.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
And what is that?
It's a property evidence sheet from the GBI.
All right. And is it also, what is this property evidence sheet pertaining to? What particular item?
Latex glove.
And how are you able to recognize this particular document?
Because it's basically a carryover from that one where it was turned over to the GBI.
And with regard to this particular document, do you recognize your signature on this document?
It's right there where I printed it.
And with regard to, I'm going to refer you back to State's Exhibit 71.
Okay.
And with regard to that, the date, does it reflect a date that you would have turned it over to the GBI?
Yes, it says 10/26/05.
Judge, at this time I would tender State's Exhibit number 71, being the Osceola Police Department chain of custody form for the glove.
Any objection to 71, Ms. Merchant?
No objection.
That's submitted without objection. Thank you.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 70. Ask if you'll look at that, please.
Okay.
Again, I'll show you State's Exhibit number 70 and ask if you'll look at that, please.
Okay. Okay.
You familiar with State's Exhibit 70?
I am. I would have no idea why Wally Parrish's name is up at the top of it with my signature on it. But I know that I did do a search warrant for the residents,
When we talk about a search warrant for the residents, what residents are we referring to?
300 West Park Street.
And so you did a search warrant for the residents of Ms. Grinstead to do the examination that you talked about?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, with regard to Ms. Grinstead, did you also take into custody a cell phone?
I did.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 73 and ask if you'll look at that, please, sir. And are you familiar with State's Exhibit 73?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 73?
A cell phone of Tara Grinstead.
And when you collected this item, did you place it in this bag?
No.
Okay. What did you do with the item when you collected it?
I put it in one of our evidence bags.
And with regard to that, let me show you State's Exhibit 74.
Okay.
Ask if you'll look at that, please, sir.
Okay.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 74?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 74?
It's no Osceola Police Department property receipt for the cell phone.
And how are you able to recognize that document?
It has my signature on it and in my handwriting.
And does it reflect that who you turned it over to? Sorry.
Yes,
Yeah.
on November the 4th.
And who did you turn it over to?
Dominic Turner,
And what agency was he with?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
From the time that you collected this item and turned it over to the GBI, did you do anything to change the nature of this item?
No.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 75. Ask if you'll look at that, please, sir.
Okay.
And what is State 75?
It's a property receipt from the GBI for the cell phone.
So, and it's a corresponding property receipt from the Osceola Police Department.
Correct.
And with regard to that item, is your signature reflected on that document as well?
Yes.
And does it reflect that you also turned the cell phone over to the GBI?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 73.
The phone,
No objection.
that's admitted without objection, thank you.
And I would tender State's Exhibit 74.
No objection.
That's admitted without objection. That's the property sheet, the Oscillator property sheet on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's admitted without objection.
But nothing else this time.
Ms. Merchant, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Is it Officer Bars?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
All right, great. How are you this morning?
Fine.
Great. Officer Bars, when you arrived at the scene, at Miss Grinsted's home, have there been a lot of people in and out of the home?
I have no idea what happened prior to me getting there. I just know that Chief Hancock and Mr. Portier were there when I got there.
When you got there, were the Harpers still there?
I don't remember if they were there or not.
What about Maria Hewlett?
No, I don't think she was there.
Okay. Did she arrive at some point while you were there?
She did.
Okay. And the Harpers, did they arrive at some point when you were there?
They did.
Okay. So when you arrived, it was prior to Hewlett and the Harpers arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody else arrive while you were on scene?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And when those folks all arrived, did they go in and out of the house freely?
To be honest with you, I don't remember because I was doing my thing there on the scene.
Okay.
So I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. Do you remember if they went in the house at all?
I don't.
Okay, fair enough. When you took the photo that the state showed you, let me find it. It was exhibit 26. It was a photo of a cordless phone. You testified earlier that that phone was actually found in the floor of the bathroom?
That is correct.
Okay, so when you took the photo of the phone, it was back on its cradle, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so prior to taking the photos that you did, the crime scene, alleged crime scene photos, prior to taking those, you actually moved the phone?
Correct.
Okay. So was there anything else that you can remember that you moved prior to taking a photo?
No, ma'am, not that I can think of.
Okay. The photos that were taken, they were taken later in the day though?
They would have been taken, I would say, within an hour of me arriving on scene.
Okay, so you moved the phone pretty quickly after arriving?
Yes.
And I know that you mentioned about the glove, you testified in direct that it was about 15 feet. Your police report says that it was directly in front of the front door steps. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Would you think that your memory was better back then, closer in time to the event?
Probably so.
Okay, so if your report indicates that it was directly in front of the front door steps, would that be the most accurate?
It would be.
Okay. Do you remember the glove being fairly obvious to anyone who walked up to the front door?
Yes, ma'am, I would think so.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear, there were no signs of forced entry that you noted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you also noted that there was no obvious evidence inside the home of a crime scene?
No, ma'am.
One other question. May I approach, Judge? Okay. I'm showing you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 2.
Sure.
You can take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Can't say that I do.
Okay. Do you recognize it as a photo, do you recognize it as Tara's house?
The flooring matches the other pictures that I have. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you took a number of pictures that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you turned all of those over to the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in turn, they were turned over to the state?
As far as I know.
Do you believe that's one of the photos that you took of Miss Grinsted's home that day?
No, ma'am, I don't think so.
Okay. You don't recall that photo at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
outside of myself and the GBI, I don't know of anybody else.
Okay, so you believe that someone at the GBI did photograph them?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure they did.
Okay, so if we were trying to figure out who took the photo that I submitted to you, other than yourself, can you think of anybody else who took photographs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Nobody, you can't think of anybody else from the GBI even that took photographs?
I don't know who would have done their work for them.
Okay. And so all of the photographs that you took though were turned over to the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. And the photo that I showed you in Defendant's Exhibit 2, do you recall this being one of your photos?
I don't recall it.
Do you recall all of the photos that you took?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so if all of the photos that you took were turned over to the GBI, and that photo appears in those documents, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I wouldn't.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Reed?
Just briefly, now, Mr. Bars, with regard to that question about the glove being right out from the front steps, I mean, that's not mutually exclusive of where it was located and where your picture showed it, is that right?
Correct.
That is out from the front steps.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, any reason Mr. Barr shouldn't be excused?
Not from the state.
Not for the past.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Officer
Yes, sir.
Barrs. I'm going to excuse you at this time.
Thank you.
Only thing I'll ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given here to the jury this morning with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. Call your next witness. Everybody okay? Y'all good?
State called Jeff Oscillator.
Thank you. All right, it's Mr. Rossler, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Great, if you'll step up there before you're seated, raise your right hand for me, please. You swear or affirm the evidence you're gonna provide in the hearing in this case will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and give your attention to Mr. Reed.
Can you tell us your name, please, sir?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Jeff Rossler,
If you'll spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Jeff. Last name Rossler, Roesler.
And Mr. Rossler, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It'll be 25 years in August.
And what do you do for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I am currently a special agent in charge. I'm in charge of our human exploitation and trafficking unit. So in my current office, we investigate crimes of human trafficking for adult sex trafficking and then adult and child labor trafficking, as well as the financial investigative side.
Now, prior to coming into that role with the GBI, I want to direct your attention back to October of 2005. In what capacity were you employed with the GBI at that time?
That time I was a special agent assigned to our Region 4 office, which is in Douglas, Georgia. I was also the crime scene specialist over our Region 4 office.
When you talk about a crime scene specialist, what does a crime scene specialist do?
So they're charged and you get additional training in addition to being a special agent to concentrate on processing crime scenes, to learn what to look for, how to obtain it, how to document it, how to photograph it, how to interpret different things. So kind of an all-encompassing investigator when it comes to specifically crime scenes.
If you will give the jury the benefit of your training and experience that allowed you to do your job as a crime scene technician back in 2005, and that's kind of an awkward question, but if you'll give them the benefit of that, please.
Sure. So a long time ago, but I've got over 660 hours of crime scene training in particular. Majority of those came through the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week all-encompassing class. Back then it was in Knoxville, Tennessee. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Body Farm, but there it's the Anthropological Research Facility. And so you have crime scene specialists from all over the country coming for 10 weeks together to learn from each other, but then to learn from world-renowned instructors as well, as far as anything having to do with crime scene specialist, whether it's taking photographs, whether it's blood pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, shooting reconstruction, just the whole gamut of processing crime scenes. So it was 400 hours total, and then I had additional training at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, what was offered there. And then as a crime scene specialist within the GBI, we provide our own yearly in-services as well.
And I know it's kind of hard to kind of go back to 2005, but at the time of October of 2005, had you conducted many crime scene examinations at that time?
Yes, I had.
And did you testify about your analysis from those crime scenes in courts of law in the state at that time?
Yes, I had.
And when you approach a crime scene, let me do it this way. How does the GBI come in to work a case? How is that done?
Sure. So the GBI is a request agency. So for the majority of the crimes under the Code of Georgia, a local jurisdiction has to respond. So it's usually a police department, a sheriff's office, whoever has jurisdiction. They'll get to the scene, and for whatever reason, whether it's manpower, expertise, resources, just need some more help, whatever it is, then they have to request the GBI's assistance. So there's only a handful of people that can actually do that. So it's a police chief, a sheriff, the district attorney, a superior court judge, the governor, or the mayor of that town. They can request the GBI's assistance. So if a citizen has a theft at their house, they just can't call the GBI. They can and say, hey, I've had a theft, I want you to investigate it. But by the way the law is written, we just can't respond to that. The request has to come from one of those particular people.
Now, in the disappearance of Ms. Grinstead back in October of 2005, was your agency requested to assist the Oscillator Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And the nature of your assistance specifically was going to be for the crime scene itself?
That's correct. So when back then I worked at our office in Douglas. So we have 15 regional offices throughout the entire state. And each regional office, we have 15, but there's 159 counties. So each particular region is responsible for a dozen or so counties. I believe in Region 4 in Douglas, I think we had 11 counties, but Irwin was not one of them. Irwin is currently and was then covered by our office out of Perry. And so, like we said earlier, I was the crime scene specialist. Back then, there was only one crime scene specialist for every work unit. And so when you were on leave or out of pocket, the family obligation, whatever it was, then it was the supervisor's responsibility to reach out to an adjoining region and ask for the assistance of their crime scene specialist. So that's actually how I got involved, even though Irwin County wasn't part of my normal area of responsibility, if you will. Their crime scene specialist was out of pocket at the time, and so I was able to come and help out.
All right. And did you respond to Osceola, Georgia back in October of 2005 to assist in that manner?
Yes, I did.
And generally when you arrive to a crime scene, what do you do?
So the big thing is you want to find the person who can tell you the most about the scene when you get there, and then you just document what you've seen as you get there, right? You can't go back and undo anything. You can't retrace any steps. You can't do anything like that. You just have to document what you see as you get there, and you do that through a variety of different ways. I always would like to, like I said, talk to the person that can inform me the most, and give me the best idea of what I'm kind of walking into, what it may or may not look like. And then you start with overall photographs. So you document the scene through photographs. And you take a good bit of them from every angle. You document the rooms, outside, interior, exterior. And then as you proceed and you locate what you think may be items of evidentiary value, you'll then take some more specific photographs of that. After that, I would like to take a sketch of the scene, depending on the crime, do an overall sketch. And so what that is it's to help us as investigators, but also help you as jurors kind of get a bird's eye view looking down into the scene and what it looked like at that time. And then you would just go through and you would take notes and then document what you see at that particular time.
And did you do that in this case with regard to the residence of Ms. Grinstead?
Yes, I did.
evidence there?
Yes.
And what kind of procedures do you go about collecting evidence?
So you want to, whatever the item is, you would take it and you would collect it. You would put it in a bag depending on the type of evidence that it is. If it was wet or anything that was, could grow mold or anything like that, you want to put it in paper. So anything wet or potentially having blood on it or anything like that, you would seal that into a paper bag. Then you would seal it with evidence tape. Then you would document what it was, your evidence receipt at the time. You place your initials upon it at the time that you collected it as well. And obviously some items that are like a CD or fingerprint cards, latent lift cards or anything like that, you could put those into a clear plastic bag and then have the same documentation on that as well.
Now, okay, the rest we're going to show you. I'm sorry.
You need to take a break?
I'm so sorry.
No,
I
you
can't
did-
concentrate.
You did exactly what I asked you to do. Let's take about a 10-minute recess, ladies and gentlemen, if
So
y'all
sorry.
will adjourn to the jury room. Be right with you. All right, we'll be in recess about 10 minutes. Thank you. Be seated, y'all are fine, thank you. All right, you can ask the jury to join us, please. Did just right. I bet y'all are getting to know each other very well in that little room, man, aren't you? All right, we're ready to continue, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rigby, you can continue with Mr. Rossler.
Ross, I'm going to show you a series of photographs, that being State's Exhibits 76 through 88. Ask if you'll look at those, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's shown in each of those photographs?
Yes.
And generally, what is shown in each of those photographs?
These are photographs that I took of the crime scene as it was when I arrived.
Do each of those photographs truly and accurately depict the crime scene there, Mr. Grinsted's residence?
Yes, they do.
And Judge, this time I would tender States 76 through, I think I said 89, but it looks like it's 88.
All right, 76 through 88. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, those are admitted without objection. Thank you.
Especially if I'll start showing you on the screen, I'm sorry, thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit number 76. Are you able to see that on that screen before you?
Yes, sir.
If you will, tell me what we're looking at there.
Sure, it's a medium range photograph that I took from the interior of the residence. So I'm in the living room shooting towards the front door. And that's the front door that's halfway open.
And the purpose of this photograph?
Just to document no signs of forced entry. And by that I mean if you would see like a door that was kicked in or a lot of brute force that was used, you would see damage to the door, to the door frame, anything like that. And this just is a photograph that shows that there was not any forced entry.
And State's Exhibit 77.
This is a medium range photograph from the interior of the living room area, a coffee table in the proximate center of the living room.
And State's Exhibit 78.
It's a photograph from the interior of the residence. This is also the living room, inside shooting towards the corner where the TV is located.
And State's 79.
It's also another medium range photograph of the living room area, just the opposite corner.
And if you'll tell us about State's Exhibit 80, please, sir.
Sure, it's another medium range photograph from the inside of the residence. So from there, if you proceed through the living room, you go into the kitchen area. So I'm standing in the kitchen area, taking a photograph of the back left corner. I believe that's going to be the southeast corner of the residence, through the kitchen, and that door is actually leading into a laundry room.
And State's 81.
It's going to be another medium range photograph from the interior of the residence, stepping in through the living room into the kitchen area. This is a little bit further to the left, having a little desk area and the kitchen table.
And states 82.
So this is another medium range photograph. This is actually inside that laundry room where you saw, it's from the other side of that door that we saw a couple pictures back, shooting out towards the kitchen.
And states exhibit 83.
Sure, just a closer photograph of the sink, the side that had a dirty fork and 3 dirty spoons on the side of the sink.
States 84.
A closer photograph of the other side of the sink with the drying rack.
And states exhibit 85.
A medium range photograph of the counter just to the side adjacent to the kitchen sink. It has the Shout stain bottle as well as a curling iron and a scoop from a powdered laundry detergent.
And states exhibit 86.
This is also a photograph in the kitchen for the counter. Had a curling iron and then the trash can and some makeup.
States exhibit 87.
It's the closer photograph of the kitchen table in the residence.
And states exhibit 88.
So this is another medium range photograph. This is actually taken from within the living room, coming in the front door, walking straight through into that threshold of that doorway leads into the kitchen.
I'm going to show you another series of photographs, that being states exhibits 89 through 95, and ask if you look at those, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's shown in each of those photographs?
Yes, sir, I am.
And generally, what do each of those photographs show?
The interior of the residence, they're medium range photographs. When I said I took overalls, and this is part of those. So this is actually going down the hallway into the back bedroom of the residence.
Do each of those photographs truly and accurately depict the interior of the residence as you saw it that morning in October of 2005?
Yes, they do.
Judge, this time I would tender states exhibits 89 through 95.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Agent Rossler, I'm going to show you states exhibit number 89. If you'll tell us about this photograph, please.
Sure. This is taken from just outside the kitchen area, going down the hallway leading to the west side of the residence.
States exhibit 90.
This is a medium range photograph of the back corner bedroom on the back side of the residence. It looked like a spare bedroom computer type room. And it's just a medium range photograph of the computer desk and the computer.
And states exhibit 91.
It's also a medium range photograph from that back corner bedroom.
States exhibit 92.
Another photograph, medium range photograph of that back corner bedroom. This is essentially the same photograph as you just saw, just a little bit lower to document what was on the floor.
Exhibit 93.
Another medium range photograph of that same bedroom pointing back to that same corner.
And exhibit 94.
just a medium range photograph in that same back bedroom, depicting the bed as I saw it.
And State's Exhibit 95.
Sure, this is another medium range photograph. This is back from the kitchen going down that same hallway to the west side of the residence. You can see that open door. That's actually leading into the restroom in the residence.
Show you another series of photographs, that being State's Exhibits 96 through 120. Ask if you'll look at each of those, please, sir. Once you've got a chance to review them, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with what's shown in each of those photographs?
Yes, I am.
And generally, what is shown in each of those photographs?
There are additional photographs from the interior of the residence, some of the bathroom, and then the bedroom in the front corner of the house.
Do each of those photographs truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it at Ms. Grinstead's residence in October 2005?
Yes, they do.
Judge, at this time I would tender State's Exhibits 96 through 120.
Those are admitted without objection. Thank you.
Agent Rossler, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 96. And if you'll tell us about this photograph, please, sir.
Sure, it's a medium range photograph from just inside the bathroom, looking down onto the sink in the restroom.
And State's Exhibit 97.
This is a medium range photograph from within the front corner bedroom, which I believe was Tara's bedroom.
And 98.
Just another medium range photograph from the interior of that same bedroom, pointing towards the corner, with the stand located in the corner.
And 99.
The medium range photograph of the chest of drawers located within that same front bedroom. You can see the jewelry on top of it and the top drawer kind of open.
And 100.
The closer range photograph of that the top of that same chest of drawers.
And 101.
This is a medium range photograph from just inside that bedroom doorway, going back towards the west corner, the southwest corner of the bedroom.
And 102.
Sure, that's a stand. It's a medium range photograph of one of the stands inside the bedroom, that same bedroom, the northwest corner of the residence. That's specifically a stand with 2 books, a candle, a cross, and a little shoe polish thing that are noted to be off center.
Now, there's an item on the floor. Are you able to tell what that item is from where you are?
Sure, you can see just beyond the stand on the floor, there's some shoes there, as well as a candle that's on its side. as well as another shoe shine applicator on the floor next to it.
And State's Exhibit 103.
It's a medium range photograph from inside that same bedroom. This is shooting down towards the floor as well as the nightstand adjacent to the bed.
And State's Exhibit 104.
It's the closer range photograph of the nightstand that was adjacent to the bed.
And while we're talking about a particular nightstand, did you notice anything about the lamp itself?
Yes, so can kind of tell from this photograph, but the lampshade was canted a little bit towards the east, so away from that back wall behind it. So I looked at it a little bit further and noted that underneath the light bulb, there's a little plastic piece, right? And so that plastic piece was broke, and so the lampshade was kind of canted. I turned the switch on, and it did not illuminate. I didn't swap out light bulbs or to see why it didn't work or anything like that. I just turned it on. It did not light up, and that was it. So the little plastic piece underneath the light bulb was cracked.
I want to direct your attention back to State's Exhibit 103. There is an item that is on the floor beside the bed. Can you tell me about that item, please?
So there's a magazine, a couple of magazines. There's also an alarm clock, little white alarm clock right next to the bed. There's some shoes. There's another candle kind of up under that seat if you look a little bit to the left.
And State's Exhibit 105.
It's a medium range photograph from inside the residence, inside that same bedroom, taking a photograph down onto the bed.
And when you looked at the bed and the things on the bed, what did you notice about things there?
So there were some clothing items, blankets, quite a few pillows. You could see the white comforter on the left-hand side of it. Upon further examination, taking all the covers off, examining the pillows, everything, just doing a thorough job, saw what I thought suspected blood on the underside of that white comforter.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 125. And ask if you'll look at this, please.
Yes.
Now, with regard to State's Exhibit 125, were you able to recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is State's 125?
So this is the white and color comforter that you see in that photograph, placed into this bag. This is how I referred to it because it had suspected blood. It was packaged in paper so it could breathe a little bit, and had the case number, the evidence receipt number, the item number, and then the description where it was located. And then these are going to be my initials. What we'll do is when you place the evidence tape over it, you place your initials, part on the evidence tape, part on the bag to show if it's ever, the seal is ever broken, then you can document that. This was the way it was when I packaged it.
All right. And did you yourself package that item and seal that item?
I did.
And collect that item there from the residence?
I did.
From the time that you collected that item and placed that item in this bag and sealed it, did you do anything to change the nature of that item?
I did not.
And what did you do with this item once you obtained it?
After I documented it, sealed it in the bag, then I turned it over to the case agent. Going back to, like I said, I was assigned to our office in Douglas. Perry covered the office, or the region and the county down here in Irwin, so I turned it over to the case agent. When a crime scene specialist from one region goes to another, they do their job and then they turn over the evidence. If this were to happen in Region 4 at the time, then I would have assisted the case agent as the crime scene specialist from my area. We would have communicated and kind of set up who was going to take care of the evidence, who was going to submit it to the crime lab, so on and so forth. But in this case, because it was an adjoining region that I did not normally work in, I turned it over to the case agent for them to take it further.
When you say you turned it over to the case agent with the GBI?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor, 125. Showing you State's Exhibit 106.
This is a medium range photograph from inside that same bedroom, and you can see a little bit better how the lampshade was canted a little bit forward.
And State's Exhibit 107.
Another medium range photograph of that nightstand there adjacent to the bed.
State's Exhibit 110.
It's a medium range photograph from just inside the doorway of that same bedroom. You see kind of in the middle of that photograph, you'll see like a L-shaped scale. It's an ABFO number 2 scale. And what that's documenting is there's actually a piece of pine straw in the middle of that rug. And so that scale is just to give it, to help the pine straw stand out as a measurement.
State's 111.
Just a close-up photograph of that piece of pine straw with that scale.
All right, so when we see 110, where is the scale and the pine straw in this photograph?
In the center of the photograph.
Is that going to be this area here?
Yes, it is.
And that is what we see in State's Exhibit 111, is that correct?
That is correct.
In State's Exhibit 112.
It's a medium range photograph from inside the residence, inside that same bedroom, from the corner, taking it across the bed located in the bedroom.
State's Exhibit 113.
It's a medium range photograph from that same bedroom, just closer to the threshold of the doorway.
State's Exhibit 114.
It's also a medium range photograph of that same bedroom, the front corner, from the threshold of the doorway into the bedroom.
And State's Exhibit 109.
This is a closer range photograph of that chest, located, I believe it's the south wall of the bedroom.
Is that the same chest we see there in 114?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 115.
It's the medium range photograph of the corner of the bedroom, including the bed.
And 116.
The closer range photograph inside that same bedroom. It's documenting the blanket that was kind of up under the corner of the bed.
And 117.
It's a closer range photograph inside that same bedroom, specifically of the white comforter that is on top of the bed.
And State's Exhibit 118.
A closer range photograph of that same white comforter on the bed.
State's Exhibit 119.
So this is another closer range photograph of that same white comforter. After we kind of turned it over, it's where we located the suspected blood. So you can see that the ABFO scale, the L-shaped scale, right there next to the suspected blood, just giving you an approximate size of the stain.
And State's Exhibit 120.
It's another closer range photograph of the suspected blood on the white comforter.
And when we talk about the blood on the white comforter, that is what is contained in State's Exhibit 125, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
series of photographs, that being State's Exhibits 121 through 124. If you look at each of those, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what's shown in each of those photographs?
Yes, I am.
And generally, what do each of those photographs show?
They are photographs of the scene as it was when I got there, the exterior, including the carport, the vehicle, the door, and then a stone outside of the front porch area that's cracked.
And did you take those photographs?
Yes, I did.
And do each of those photographs truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it in October 2005?
Yes, they did.
Note that this time it's under State's Exhibits 121 through 124.
121 through 124. Any
No
objection? Those are admitted without objection. Thank you.
Showing you State's Exhibit 121. Ask if you'll look at that, please, sir.
Sure.
And
It's
tell me about that.
Sure, it's a medium range photograph. I'm actually standing in the grassy kind of driveway leading up to the carport, located on the northeast side of the residence. The photograph of the vehicle located there.
State's Exhibit 122.
Closer range photograph of the vehicle with the license plate.
State's Exhibit 123.
It's a photograph of the back corner of that same carport, so the vehicle would be just to the left of me in this photograph. Taking a photograph of that door, that door actually leads into the laundry room, as we saw it before, but you could see with the decorations in front of it, did not seem that it was readily used.
And State's Exhibit 124.
Sure, so this is a decorative stone that was located right in front of the front uncovered porched area as you would step up to go into the residence. This is located on the ground right next to it.
Now that we've talked about photographs, I'm going to talk about fingerprints. What do you do for taking fingerprints at a crime scene?
So a majority of the time we'd use fingerprint powder, fingerprint dust, and use an applicator and go over areas and try to develop any latent fingerprints that we're able to get at the scene.
And what areas do you typically process for fingerprints?
So depending on the crime, if you know something was touched, obviously you would give that time and consideration to process that. Into a scene like this where you don't know, I was responding to a missing person at the time, so you don't know really what's important and what's not. And so you pretty much have to process the whole house. So when you have to do an entire house, you concentrate, you do a really good job, but you concentrate on the areas that are normally touched, almost like high traffic, light switches, doors, door frames, doorknobs, handles, so on and so forth.
Now, with regard to fingerprints, are certain surfaces better for getting fingerprints from than other surfaces?
Yes.
And describe that for me. What would be better surfaces and what would not be a good surface?
So non-porous surfaces are technically better because when you see fingerprints, when we lift fingerprints, you're actually leaving behind, when you touch something, you're leaving behind oil and water that is coming through is being secreted through your glands, right? And so if you look at your fingers, what you see are the ridges, the little high parts, and you have the furrows that go down in between. And so you're leaving those anytime you touch something. Now, depending on how much of a secretor you are, the temperature, if you're very sweaty or not, or just ate some good chicken, that's what I like to say. You touch something, you're going to leave some fingerprints that you could probably pretty much see. But if your hands are pretty dry, colder weather or anything like that, they kind of dry up in the wintertime, then you're not secreting as much. So it's a little more difficult. But obviously, if it's a porous surface, then what you leave behind will stay there. If it's a non-porous surface. If it's a porous surface, like a fabric or anything like that, well then it's going to be really difficult to obtain any type of a print from that.
With regard to Ms. Grinstead's home, did you process certain areas within her residence for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell us about that, please.
So, like I said, use black fingerprint powder. They're different colors. For the most part, crime scene specialists will use black depending on the color of the surface. If it's a dark colored surface, then you could use a light or a bichromatic, which is like a gray and a black together, just to give yourself some contrast, to be able to see it, to identify it, photograph it, and then, if needed, and then lift it.
Ross, we're going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 126 through 132, and ask if you'll look at each of those, please.
Sure.
Judge, for the record, I cut open the bag myself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how are you able to recognize those items?
So this is the bag. These are the latent fingerprint cards. This is the bag that I placed them in with my initials and the evidence receipt, or excuse me, the evidence tape that I initialed, like we spoke of earlier. And these are actual the lift cards. So when you use fingerprint powder, you dust it on a surface, and if you're able to locate the actual print, then you use. They have different kinds of tape. I've had more success with the clear tape. They have it's called frosted. But I had more success using the clear fingerprint tape. That's what I use, and you actually kind of put it over it, but you have to be very careful because you don't want to smudge the print when you're putting the tape over it. So you have to be pretty careful in doing that, and use some force to lay it across the print, smooth it out. Then you just take the tape off, and then you put it actually onto one of these cards. So you dust it, you find it, you put the tape over it, lift the tape off, and put it on one of these cards. And then you document on the back of the card the time, the date, the case number, who lifted it. So it's got my name and at the time my badge number and the location where it was lifted from.
With regard to each of those items, are those items that you lifted there from the residence of Ms. Grinstead?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would send your State's Exhibits 126 through 132.
All right, those are all print cards.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, 126, 132? Thank you, Mr. Burke. Those are admitted without objection.
With regard to each of these items, Agent Rosser, I believe you indicate where they are, the location of where they are lifted from on the card itself. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a crude rough diagram.
And just for illustration purposes, this is State's Exhibit 126. Are those your initials on this item?
Yes, JR.
And with regard to the back of State's Exhibit 126, does that indicate, whose handwriting is that on the back of that item?
That is my handwriting.
And does it indicate the locations of where you lifted this particular print? Is that right?
Yes, you can see, like I said, it's a pretty crude sketch of the door, and you can see the door handle on the right side, and the X is where I would locate where the print came from, general area.
with regard to each of these particular items, that is States Exhibits 126 through 132, I'm about to see so you can look at them up close. But each of those come from the front door itself.
Yes, they came from the interior of the front door, so the inside of it.
Now, did you seek to obtain prints from other locations on the door?
Yes,
And were you successful in getting prints from other locations on the door?
I was not.
Now, with regard to looking at, and just so we're clear, that's the door we're talking about here, which is States Exhibit 76. Is that the same door?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Right. And those came from the interior, so that would be from this side of the door. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And did you try to get from the exterior of the door?
I did.
And were you able to lift any prints from the exterior of the door?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the residence, you talked earlier about the front door not showing signs of any forced entry. Did you look at other locations in the house for signs of forced entry?
Sure. There's the photograph of the other door in the carport, and that was locked and sealed. You can tell wasn't used primarily as the primary entrances to the residence, I would say, because of the items located directly in front of it and behind it in that laundry room. And then overall photographs were taken on the exterior of the residence, which showed all of the windows were closed and secured as well.
And did you also prepare a diagram of the overall view of the residence?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to seek to find it up here in all of this. Just one second. You don't have a copy of that, do you? Diagram? Yes, I'm just trying, I can't find it. It's number 4, but I might have one written on it already. I had it pulled out, and got it mixed up again. There it is, I found it. All right, Agent Rustler, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted evidence as State's Exhibit number 5. And are you familiar with State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with State's Exhibit 5?
That's a sketch I did on the computer of the residence that we talked about. Where you take the overall photographs of the scene, and I'll document a sketch, and then we'll pretty it up some on the computer using technology to give the jurors an opportunity to see almost like a bird's eye view of the residence and the layout and where the rooms were located.
All right, we talk about how many doors are points of entry into the home regarding doors.
Sure. So there were 2 points of entry into the residence. You can see it's almost in the very center of on the bottom side.
Tell you what, Your Honor, may Agent Rustler come down and assist me down here? You can point on here and you can see. If you will, just show us the 2 points of entry regarding doors to the residence.
Sure. So this is the main door, the front door of the residence. It faced to the north. This is on the front uncovered porch. This is that photograph that we saw. The door was kind of halfway open, and this is also the same door that I was able to obtain the latent lifts from on the interior of the door. The second point of entry was up here in the corner of that carport, and that's the one that had like the Halloween decorations in front of it. And on the other side of that is the laundry room, which we also saw the photograph of.
Now, with regard to the bedroom for Ms. Grinstead, where is that in this diagram?
Sure, that's located here in the northwest corner of the residence, the front corner.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have anything further to debate or offer at this time.
All right, Ms. Merchant, you can cross-examine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's do this next slide. Agent Rosser, we spoke previously, well, actually, you spoke with Mr. Merchant previously, correct?
Yes, and you are on the call.
Okay, and so was the state, at your request?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, you did not want to speak with us without the state present?
That's correct.
Okay, and either yourself or the state reported that conversation as well?
Yes.
During that conversation, I just want to talk about a couple things that we talked about. You told us that there was no signs of a struggle in this house, correct?
No, I said that there is no signs of forced entry,
Okay.
and that due to there could have been a struggle or could not have been a struggle, but there's no way for me to tell.
When Mr. Merchant asked you if there was anything suggesting a struggle, you responded no. Do you remember that?
The struggle now, if there's a stand that you saw in one of the photographs, and some of the stuff was knocked off center, and I can't say how it was off center. The candle was over on the side. I can't say how that happened. All I can do as the crime scene specialist to come in and document what it was and how the status of things as they were when I arrived. How it happened, I can't swear to that because I was not there.
And that wasn't my question. My question was, do you remember us asking if there was anything suggesting a struggle, and you responded no. Do you remember that?
I remember going through that question. So to say I remember specifically the sign of the struggle, no, I can't say I remember that particular question. I remember the conversation talking about the items on the stand, the candle being knocked over on its side.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. The candle being knocked over on its side, was that something that you took into evidence?
No.
Okay, so if you, and you've been trained as a crime scene investigator, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you thought that the candle being knocked over on its side was something of evidentiary value, would your training say that you should take that into evidence?
No, because I did not think a candle located inside a residence was evidence at the time. All I could say was its positioning, that it was located when I arrived, was worthy of being noted.
Okay, so it was worthy of noting, but it wasn't something that was worthy of actually being taken into evidence?
That's correct.
Okay, and was there any crime scene tape ever placed on the residence?
Not by me.
Okay, and you told us that that was something that you would have photographed if it had been placed?
Sure, if it had been placed when I arrived, then that would have been noted in the photographs that I took when I arrived.
Okay, and so since it's not noted, it's safe to say that it wasn't there?
Sure.
Okay, and in addition to the crime scene investigation training that you have, do you also have training on how to testify in court?
Yes.
Okay, and part of that training is how to be a witness and to look at the jury when you're speaking, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that's training that a normal lay witness might not have, but something that you as a GBI agent actually went through.
That's correct.
Okay. Were there a lot of folks the day that you were there? Had there been a lot of folks in and out of the scene?
I can't testify to what happened before I got there.
Is that
Yes, sir.
something important to note as an investigator?
As the crime scene specialist coming from another region, I got there, I met with the person, Agent Bill Baudry, who at the time was assigned to help me with processing the scene. He had the information on the case. He's the one I met with and got the information pertaining to, hey, GBI has been requested to help investigate a missing person. So then he asked, hey, let's process the residence to see if there's any items of evidentiary value that can help identify a crime or the location of Miss Grinstead. And so that's kind of where I started. That's where I came into it.
Okay. And since you mentioned items of evidentiary value, let's walk through that. You took a comforter into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that comforter, you told us, had some light staining that you thought might be menstrual blood. Do you remember that?
I did not say menstrual blood. I said suspected blood.
When you spoke to us, did you not tell us that there was no way for you to differentiate between blood and menstrual blood?
That's correct. At the time, all I can do is say if it's suspected blood or not. There are presumptive tests that you can do to say if something is blood or not, but they're just presumptive. So when you think something is blood or could be blood, then you package it up and you send it to the scientists at the GBI crime lab.
But you even noted in your report, though, that you thought it could be menstrual blood.
I said it's suspected blood.
Okay.
I can't differentiate whether it's menstrual or anything.
And again, my question was not whether or not you can differentiate here today. It was whether or not you listed in your report that it was suspected to be menstrual blood.
Yeah, I have a copy of my report.
Which report are you referring to?
The GBI crime scene summary,
Can you tell us which exhibit?
89178,
Which exhibit number? I'm sorry.
14.
14. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Agent Rossler noted suspected blood on the underside of the comforter at one edge. The suspected blood was not visible prior to turning the comforter over, collected the comforter, and documented on the evidence receipt. Doesn't say anything about menstrual blood.
When you spoke to us after this incident, let's see. And you all, the recording of the incident, of the conversation that we had, was turned over in discovery. I assume that you provided that to the state?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in that is when you specifically said that it could have been menstrual blood and there was no way for you to differentiate.
Yeah, I can't differentiate between any type of suspected blood. That's
Okay.
correct.
Right, I understand. So continuing on about the things that you did actually seize from the scene, you seized 7 different latent prints. Were you able to, or did you attempt to process any other area in the home for prints?
Yes, I did.
Tell us where you attempted to process.
Throughout the entire residence, light switches, door handles, door frames, insides, interior and exteriors of the doors inside the residence.
Okay, and you were not able to obtain any prints from any of those locations?
That's correct.
Okay, and I know that you said you got prints from the inside of the door. Were you able to swab for DNA?
I did not swab for DNA.
Okay, and you mentioned on direct that you're able to get fingerprints because of secretions, oil and skin cell secretions, things like that?
That's what leaves the fingerprints, yes ma'am.
Is that also what leaves DNA?
Yes.
Okay, but you did not swab for any DNA?
No.
You noted in your report that there was no other suspicious blood in the house, correct?
That's correct.
And you even checked to see if there was a layer of dust, to see if there had been a cleanup.
Yes, that's correct.
And there was no cleanup evidence. There was no evidence that this scene had been cleaned up.
That's correct. And by that, I've worked scenes before in my past that people have used bleach and all types of chemicals and mops and really bloody scenes, and they've made efforts to try and clean those up. And that's pretty easy to see. But this, I used oblique lighting, and it's as simple as putting a flashlight on the ground and rolling it around, turning the lights off, and you can see if there have been any disruptions or anything like that. Then I also used an alternate light source. It's called a Lumilight, and so it has different lenses. There's one, it's called just a bright white lens, and it's just like a super duper flashlight to help go around and see if you can identify any other items of evidentiary value. Then there's also one that's it's a 450 nanometers, so it's a different wavelength that allows the light to pass through it. And you have these orange amber colored goggles that you look through, and it'll help luminesce any items of evidentiary value that you can't see with the naked eye. So I did that throughout the entire residence as well, and I did not note any items of evidentiary value.
So doing all of that fancy work that you did, all of that detailed work, you did not find any evidence of a crime scene cleanup.
That's correct.
You also noted you did not see any signs of forced entry on any of the doors or windows, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the car, you did also go in Ms. Grinstead's car and you noted that the vehicle was unlocked?
I did not go into her car. That was processed by Detective Bars and Detective Anderson, I believe. All I did was note in my overall photographs as well that the windows were up and the doors were unlocked.
Okay, so you ascertained that the doors were unlocked without actually going in the car?
Yes,
Okay. And did you process anything on the car?
I did not. Someone else did.
Okay. Let's talk about the glove for a second. When you arrived on the scene, the glove had already been taken by Officer Bars?
I don't know who took the glove. It was not there when I arrived.
Okay, so you did not see the glove. What about the cell phone? Did you see the cell phone?
I didn't know anything about a cell phone.
Okay, nothing about a cell phone, great. When we spoke, we talked a lot about the doors and whether or not there were signs of forced entry. If the lock had been engaged, you told me you could not open it with a credit card. And when you're talking about the lock,
I didn't say I couldn't. I said I don't know if it could be done. I don't try it. I've never tried it. I've never tried picking one of those locks with a credit card, so I can't testify whether it could or couldn't be.
Okay, well, if you can take a look at, I think it should be on your screen, this area right here.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the type of lock that would be on typically a hotel door, things like that, something that's locked from the inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that the type of lock that you could pick with a credit card?
I do not know the answer to that. I've never tried it. I've never asked anybody if it could be done.
So you think that, your testimony is that you think this lock might be able to be picked with a credit card?
My testimony is I don't know if it can or can't be. I've never done it. I've never tried it. And I've never asked anybody if it could or could not be done.
Okay, and in your experience as a crime scene tech, if that lock had been picked somehow, I mean, it's hammered to the back of the door, would you have seen evidence of that? Would you have seen some signs of forced entry?
I don't know, because I don't know if it can be picked or how it could be picked. So I can't testify to what it would look like if it were.
Okay. You testified that there was no signs of any breaking down or damage to the door though, correct?
That's correct.
So this lock right here, there was no signs of any damage to it at all?
That's correct.
Okay.
To the lock to the door frame.
The lock to the door or the door frame? Okay. And that same type of lock you noted was on both doors in the home?
I do not know if it was on the door inside the garage or not.
Just show you what I marked as defense exhibit 2. You testified earlier about the inside of that back door, and I just want to ask you some questions just about that back door. You said the inside was the laundry room, and it looked like it wasn't something that was accessible.
Yes.
Does that picture that I've shown you, defendant's exhibit 2, does that accurately reflect the inside of that back door?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I'd move to admit defendant's exhibit 2 in there.
Objection to D2.
Thank you.
Moved without objection.
Thank you. May I publish judge?
Sure.
So this photo right here, this is the door, the back door that we're talking about,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is the stuff that's in front of that door.
That's correct.
Okay, and so this is what indicated to you, this and in addition, the stuff on the other side indicated to you that this door was not used.
Not commonly.
Okay, and you also noted that there was no evidence of forced entry on this door, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You testified on direct about the lampshade and you believed it was crooked or off.
Yes.
When you arrived on the scene, it was 5 o'clock on Monday evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, you don't know who was in and out of that house that day?
Correct.
Okay. Did you take that lamp into evidence?
No.
Okay. Did you do any fingerprint analysis or DNA analysis on that lamp?
I believe I fingerprinted it, yes.
You believe you fingerprinted it?
Yes.
What did you do with those fingerprints once you did that?
Did not develop any fingerprints.
I'm sorry?
I did not develop any fingerprints. Just
Okay.
the powder.
You put the powder on?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, I understand. So you put the powder on to try and get prints, but there were no prints that you could get.
That's correct.
Got it. What about DNA?
No DNA. I did not test for DNA.
You did not even test for it. Okay, understood. in the photos that the state showed you, there was jewelry everywhere. Would you agree that that was in plain sight for anybody to see jewelry all over the house?
Yes, majority in the bedroom, yes.
Just one moment, Judge. Thanks. So, this photo that I showed you, Defendant's Exhibit 2, it should still be up on your screen. Do you
Yes,
see
ma'am.
these chimes right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did those chimes also appear on the front door?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Show you. Those chimes right there.
Similar, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you agree that the purpose of putting chimes out like that is to alert you if someone's actually entering the door?
I don't know what the purpose would be. It could be, yes, but I didn't put them there. I don't have chimes on my doors. I don't know.
Thank you. No.
Follow up, Mr. Rigby?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Agent Rossler, back on direct your attention back to 2005, she asked you about doing DNA processing for touch DNA inside the home. Was the GBI doing touch DNA or swabbings at that time and testing at that time?
I don't believe so, but I can't recall exactly what year we started transitioning to that science when it came.
And so and if you did swabbings on something, would you be able to get a fingerprint from it?
No, because you would essentially be wiping off any type of print.
Thank you.
Any further?
No.
Both of them.
I have nothing else.
All right, any region agent, Rossler shouldn't be excused. Good deal. Agent Rossler, thank you for your testimony. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. You're released at this time. Just don't tell anybody about the testimony you've given to this jury with any other witness to the case until the case is over, okay?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Have
Thank
a
you
great
for your
day. You'll be excused at this time. Everybody all right? Anybody need a break? Yes. All right, let's take about a 10-minute recess. Y'all will step. Oh, you're saying you're okay. Not, yeah, you want a break. All right. Good deal. Call your next witness.
State will call Bill Bodry to the stand. He's also in our office, I believe.
All right. Good morning, sir. This is Mr. Bodry, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If you'll step up there, please, before you're seated, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the trial of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, sir.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Give your attention to Ms. Hart.
Could you introduce yourself to the jurors, please, sir?
William Bodry Jr., I go by Bill.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation
How long have you worked as a special agent with the GBI?
since 2000, August of 2000.
And where are you currently assigned with the GBI?
I'm now at the training center in Forsyth.
Yes, sir.
And I'm over GBI training.
Is that all of the GBI training?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Back in 2005, what was your job assignment with the GBI?
I was located at the Region 13 office in Perry, Georgia.
Did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of what was then a missing person of Tara Grinstead?
Yes, I was.
And when did you first learn that there was a missing persons case in Osceola, Georgia?
The morning, it was a Monday morning, October the 24th, when I got to the office in Perry.
Yes, sir.
That's when I learned that we had received a call from Osceola that there was a missing person.
Okay. And I guess to be, for the jury's edification, the Perry office, does that just cover Houston County?
No, ma'am. It covers multiple counties, kind of down I-75. We skip Cordell, but Bibb County, Peach, Houston, Dooley, Irwin, Ben Hill,
Okay.
several counties.
And so as an agent out of the Cordell office, was that the office that was assigned to investigate Tara Grinstead's missing person case?
The Perry office, yes, ma'am.
Now, were you what we would refer to as the lead agent in that case?
No, I was not.
However, on October 24th of 2005, did you actually go to the residence of Tara Grinstead?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury about what time it was that you arrived that day, morning, afternoon?
Probably, I think it was around lunch when I actually got to Oscilla.
Okay. And you said when you got to Oscilla, did you go someplace before you went to Miss Grinstead's home?
No,
Okay.
well, no.
Were any other agents present at the residence when you were there?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Dominic Turner.
And then, do you know Jeff Rossler?
I do.
At any point while you were present, did Jeff Rossler arrive to process the crime scene?
Yes, he did.
In addition to Dominic Turner and Jeff Rossler, were any other agents present in the home that you can recall during the time you were there?
No, Agent Gary Rothwell was the special agent in charge of the Perry office. He was in Oscilla.
Yes, sir.
But not right there in the residence.
Okay. When you were at Miss Grinstead's residence, did you have an occasion to look at her house phone?
I did.
And that particular house phone, what kind of phone was that?
It's an AT&T cordless phone with an answering machine built into the phone, but the handset is separate, meaning
Okay.
it's cordless.
And do either the answering machine portion or the handset have what we then refer to as caller ID?
It did?
Did you actually take that phone into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to taking the phone into evidence, however, did you record the messages that were left on that phone?
I did.
And the messages that were left on that phone, that particular recording, was that maintained in the case file?
Yes, it was.
I believe this is 200. And as part of your investigation, did you or other agents working together, were you able to identify the voices of the persons who were or who actually heard on that caller ID, or excuse me, on that voice answering machine?
Some of them.
Okay. Let's see. Showing opposing counsel with Mart States Exhibit 134. Now, first, witness judge?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what we are, States Exhibit 134, and ask you to take a look at this for me. And can you tell the jury if you recognize that piece of equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That is the phone from Tara Grinstead's bedroom.
And is that in fact the original phone from Tara Grinstead's residence?
It is.
Have you had, the judge at this time, the state was tendering evidence, States Exhibit 134.
All right, any objection?
No, Judge.
Submitted without objection. Thank you.
Have you had a chance in the recent past to see if this phone actually still works?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it still work as far as turn on?
The answer machine portion does work. Yes, it does as far as turn on.
Okay. And the messages on that answering machine, are they consistent with what you heard when you were recording them back in 2005?
Yes, they are.
So to be clear though, let me ask this. When you were recording them, did you have to start over recording?
Yes, originally, it showed 28 messages on the answer machine. When we started recording, a call came in, interrupted the recording. We had to start it over, and it showed 29 messages. And then by the time we actually finished and had everything retrieved, there was 30 messages. So people were still calling.
And did you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not anyone had played those messages before you arrived at the crime scene?
No.
So as sitting here today, do you have any personal knowledge of that?
No, do not.
Judge, if you don't mind, I'd like to have Agent Godry step down for me. And I'm gonna let you do this so I don't mash the wrong button, press the wrong button. But if you can, will you please play the messages that are on that answering machine for us?
You have 30 old messages. Thursday, 6:22 p.m.
Hey Tara, this is Tara. I'm just worried about you. Just gonna check on you. Just you can give me a call later if you want to. If you don't feel like it, that's okay. I just wanted to check on you. See you later. Bye bye.
Thursday, 9:41 p.m.
Rude when you don't call folks back. Hope you get the message. Bye.
Saturday, 7:48 p.m.
Hey baby, I just want to let you know how much I love you. Okay, let's see.
Friday, 5:47 p.m.
Hey Tara, this is Tanya Griffin. I'm sorry to bother you again, but I thought we might better touch base before tomorrow. If you give me a call, 425-2043. Thanks very much. Bye.
Sunday, 10:10 a.m.
What? Hey, just call to tell you good morning. You need to call after church.
Sunday, 12:10 p.m.
Hey, Harry, just call. Talk to you, eh? Supposed to be this morning. Still at church, eating nursery. Like me, bye. You can call back.
Sunday, 2:27 p.m.
Hey, I don't know, I expect me to come see you, and I'm like, your phone. Then call, let me know what's up.
Sunday, 2:46 p.m.
Hey, just trying to, figure out what I need to do this afternoon. Get this message, give me a call, it's about 2:45. I'm in Hawkinsville, I'm gonna shoot over that way. You're not gonna be there, thanks, bye.
Sunday, 3:15 p.m.
If they're there, pick up. I need to make a decision whether I'm going or not. I can see you today if I could. Alright. Well, my wife hadn't heard from you today, but you pissed off at me or something. Give me a call when you can. Later.
Sunday, 3:39 p.m.
Hey, I'm in Hawkinsville, I reckon you're not going to answer the phone, or I don't know what's going on. I'm kind of worried about this issue. Hadn't called me all day. This week. They set off by now several times. Just, I reckon, give me a call. I'll, go get on the deer stand. Sure would like to see you this afternoon. I told you yesterday I want to come see you. I just got. Anyway, hope you're alright. Let me hear from you.
Sunday, 4:44 p.m. Sunday, 5:25 p.m. Sunday, 6:23 p.m. Sunday, 6:26 p.m.
if there, we at least pay for that, maybe to okay. Okay, for a week or so. Okay. Sunday, 7:34 p.m. Okay, yeah, please do that, Mom. Trying to get word about you now. Okay, just let me know you're all right. If you're there. Not like you, not tomorrow all day. Please let me hear from you. Sunday, 9:07 p.m.
I was impressed. Anyway, just about 6 miles from Athens, and get up in the morning, I've got meetings over in Carrollton, and then I got a flight in my Philadelphia for the day, and then I'll be heading up for the Georgia Florida game, and I'll be staying over down there, and kind of looking around South Georgia next week. Cindy's going to be in for a training at Owen's middle school on Wednesday, so I make sure I be there for that. Yeah, Trick only gets at 608-512-4946. Love to catch up. Love you.
Sunday, 9:40 p.m. Please pick up the phone. How are you, not answering the phone? I don't know. Or what I've done to you. Pick up. Please call me. Sunday, 10:11 p.m. Sarah, will you please pick up if you're there? Hello? Hello? Sunday, 11:25 p.m. And there's me. I'm outside if he comes up in the door. Me. Sunday, 11:44 p.m. Let's drive all the way down here, 12 o'clock at night. And he's still on here, so there's some still on up there. It's very considered for you to do. Monday, 12:04 a.m. Monday, 12:27 a.m.
Get this message, would you please call me back? Turn calls along and all night.
Monday, 12:28 a.m. Hey, Sarah. Worried about you, and I called your mama now. She said she can't get hold of you either. If you at least let me know you're alright, I appreciate it. You know, just tell me you're okay. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Let me know you're okay. Alright. Get this message from me. Love you, bye. Monday, 12:45 a.m. Monday, 12:58 a.m. It's 1 in the morning. It's my last
end of messages.
Agent Audrey, when someone called Ms. Grinstead's number and called this particular phone that we have been listening to, would they have gotten any sort of outgoing message?
Yes,
And is that outgoing message still saved on this device?
it is.
Can I get you to please step down and play that for us?
Change. Announcement.
Hello, if you leave a message, I'll call you back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Based on the way this phone was set up on October 24th of 2005, could anyone have called this particular phone and not heard that outgoing message?
No, not if they called it and let it ring long enough for somebody to pick up or the answer machine to answer.
Okay. And then, I'm gonna see if I can do this. You see, nope, I had it the right way the first time. Can you see, sorry, yeah, thank you. The phone on the screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, for our jurors who may not have ever had a home phone, can you tell us what we're looking at with this phone?
It's the AT&T handset that's cordless that goes with the answering machine telephone there.
Okay. And this particular screen in the top of the phone, what is that screen?
That's an LCD screen,
Okay. What is an LCD screen?
liquid crystal display.
What would this display, this particular screen display?
It would display the numbers that you dial when you're calling. It would display anything saved on that telephone that you're scrolling through. Your caller IDs, directories, anything like that is what that is for.
Okay, so if I were to dial numbers here,
Mm-hmm.
should they be showing on that screen?
They should.
Are they showing on that screen?
No, they're not.
Why are they not showing on that screen?
The LCD display right now is not working.
Okay. Prior to the last few weeks, had you had a chance to look at this phone since 2005?
Yes.
When did you last look at that phone?
Prior to
Prior to the last few weeks, yes.
2019.
Okay. And when you looked at that phone in 2019, did you plug it up like we've done today?
I did.
At that point, was the LCD screen working?
It was. Noticed a couple of lines. It's made up of lines. A couple of them were out, but it worked pretty good.
Okay. Have you researched how you believe you can fix this LCD screen?
Two things normally go bad with the LCD screens. The screen itself goes bad, or there's a conductive ribbon that attaches the LCD screen to the circuit board. And it is attached with a adhesive. It's a conductive adhesive. And with age, sometimes they don't always come loose, but they lose their connectivity. So you would have to heat them and get them to hopefully make contact again.
Okay. And is that something that you think you probably know how to do?
I can.
Okay. However, have you attempted that at this point? Have you done that on this particular phone?
I have
Okay.
not.
Going back to 2005, when you, actually I'm gonna leave that up there, when you looked at this phone, in addition to listening to the messages and recording them, did you also look at the caller ID?
I did.
And did you document the caller ID?
I did.
When I say the caller ID, did you document every single caller ID that was showing on that screen?
Yes, I did.
And did you document, would it show times?
It would.
Would it show dates?
It would.
Did it show the number that was calling?
Yes.
And occasionally would it show either a name or, let's say, cell phone or something of that nature?
Yes.
And caller ID, what we refer to as caller ID on those types of phones, are they very similar to what we're just used to now in cell phones?
Yes, the technology's older.
Yes.
Caller ID was different back then. A lot of it depended on if you subscribed to it or not, and if the incoming call and you both, well, where the call was placed would have to have caller ID capabilities, and then you would have caller ID on your phones. With cell phones and things nowadays, it's just there. As it comes in, it gives you a number. It's automatic.
And back in the day, we had to pay for caller ID.
We
as well,
did.
Right, okay. Showing opposing counsel on Mart State's Exhibit 133. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's in Mart State's 133 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that document?
It is the caller ID from the handset.
Okay.
And I have my initials there.
And when you say it's the caller ID from the handset, is that essentially a recording or a documentation of what you saw that day?
It is.
Okay. And at the time that you were looking at the caller ID, did you make hand notes about dates, times, and who was calling?
Yes,
And then at some point, was a list of that nature created?
it was.
Now, did you create that list?
We would dictate back then all of our notes when we interviewed someone or anything we did.
Yes,
Turn
sir.
it into the office manager. It was called an investigative assistant at that time. And they would type everything for us, and then we would review it and go back over and sign off on it. Yes.
Okay, so while you didn't personally type that list, was it created from your personal knowledge from viewing the machine?
Yes, it was.
In 2019, when you looked back at the caller ID, were you able again to see some of the notes? Or some of the dates,
LCDs?
times?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you could see them pretty
Now,
good there.
That particular document that you're looking at, do you know if any of the dates, times, or other information on there is incorrect based on what you saw in 19?
Yes.
And how many of those are incorrect?
4.
And what is it that's incorrect about them?
Starting on the 24th, which would have been the Monday, the first call in is showing at 12:38 a.m. and the whole list is in sequential order, starting with the oldest all the way up to the most recent. And you have 12:38, 12:38, 12:37, 12:35, which is not in order, and then it jumps to 7:30 and gets back in order. And those 4 were all at 12:33 a.m.
Okay. However, is that how the list was created and documented in the case file?
It is.
Other than those 4 times that should have all been 12:33, is that document accurate to what you viewed on the caller ID back in 2005?
Yes.
And sitting here today, do you have any actual independent recollection of what dates, times, and calls came in on that caller ID?
Very few.
Okay. When you say very few, is there one or more that jumps out at you?
There's one.
Okay. And that particular one, why did that stick in your recollection?
It is the first call on Sunday morning, the 23rd, and it came from a payphone.
Okay. And is that something that even back in 2005 on October 24th jumped out at you?
A little bit.
Okay. Other than that particular phone call, again, do you have any specific recollection where you can tell this jury that on 10/23 at this time this person called? Is that a no?
That's a no.
However, the document in front of you, is that a recorded recollection that was made back then to assist you in documenting that information?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 133.
All right, any objection of Board Iyer as to that document?
Yes, Judge, we would object. This is a list that he created, it's similar to a police report or summary that he typed and he created, or actually somebody else did, he dictated it and then created it. And so it's improper for it, just like a police report or something else that was dictated, a transcript, it's improper. Also, Judge.
Why is that improper?
Police reports are not admissible into evidence, Judge, because we have a live witness who testifies, just like transcripts of their testimony are not admissible into evidence. He can testify about his personal knowledge, but can he type up a testimonial summary and that actually be introduced into evidence? No. And furthermore, this is what business records are for, certified phone business records. what he typed is not admissible. Otherwise, we would have every single witness typing up their statement and then having that admitted into evidence. And I mean, if that's how the rules would work, then great, but every witness would be able to do that at that point. Every witness would be able to type up what they want to type up and present that in front of the jury as a list.
Any problem?
No, but if over my objection, then I would want a voir dire.
I'm gonna admit it over your objection.
Okay, then I would ask voir dire.
Well,
Thank
once
you,
it's
Tom.
admitted, there's no point for the voir dire as to its authenticity, so.
As to the authenticity of it.
Right.
Right,
But
and you would object to the authenticity, and I'd ask you voir dire on that.
Okay.
And I can do it during my
No, that's fine.
examination.
Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So the summary that the state presented to you, that is something you hand wrote at the scene and then later dictated to someone else and they typed it?
It would have been written or recorded on a recorder at the scene as I looked at the handset and then turned in for type. Yes, I didn't type it out myself.
Okay, and why would you rely on that and not the actual phone records?
This
And I'm
was,
gonna object, that does go beyond the scope of authenticity, that's
What's that
cross
got to do with
examination.
authenticity?
Is
I mean,
that
I get that's to the credibility, but not
the
the
credibility
authenticity,
of the document?
which is not related to authenticity.
Okay.
So I sustain that objection.
Thank you, Judge.
So who dictated that, or who typed that?
my actual report,
No,
In-
that actual document, who typed it?
this document, I'm not sure. My report, it would have been Davita Hatchett.
Okay, but you're not sure who typed that document?
Not this one. I checked it against my document.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's admitted over your objections, timely made and overruled for the record, reserved for the record. All right. That's 136, did you say?
133, Judge.
133, thank you.
And may I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to see that exhibit in front of you, sir? Okay. On the
Yes.
screen? Sorry, I'm trying, when I stop moving it, it'll be clearer, I think. Okay, so again, can you tell the jury, now that they're able to see Exhibit 133, what it is that we're looking at here?
It's the list of the caller ID information from the handset, from the telephone.
Okay. And as it relates to this first page, 1 through 33, see if I can get them all on there. Having had a chance to look at this phone back in 2019, were there any discrepancies between the phone and what's actually on this page?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, before we move on, I'm going to look at specifically line or number 30. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at on line 30?
That is the first call to the telephone on the 23rd, which would have been the Sunday morning at 9:26 a.m., and it is coming from the North Coast Pay.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier something about a pay phone. My question is, how did you know that was a pay phone?
Basically, North Coast Pay,
Yes, sir.
and then at some point, records would have been obtained.
Okay. Now, to be clear, were you the person in charge of getting the actual phone records?
No, not these. No.
However, do you have knowledge that at some point the records for North Coast Pay were obtained?
Yes, they did.
And I don't want to talk about the records themselves right now, but looking at that particular North Coast Pay, is that something that, again, you documented and conveyed that to other investigators in this case?
Yes.
And is that something that during the course of this investigation became a point of discussion amongst the agents working on the case?
It was.
Agent, do you know what I mean when I say guilty knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, based on your years as an agent and your position as head of training, what we mean when we say guilty knowledge?
Yes, it's basically someone knows something about the case that the public doesn't know. Only law enforcement are.
And in cases, especially one of this nature, are there things that you try to hold back that you can then use as guilty knowledge?
Yes.
Is that something that you train or you have your people train agents to do in cases of this nature?
Yes, it is.
Now, I want to look at page 2 of that document. And I know I've asked you this earlier, but now that they're able to see it, I want to be clear. On page 2 of this document, having reviewed the caller ID LCD screen in 2019, are there any times on here that are incorrect? Or anything that's on there that's incorrect? I apologize.
Yes, number 35, 36, 37, and 38, which are the first 4 calls on Monday morning, the 24th. They start out after midnight at 12:38, and then it goes 2 of them at 12:38, and then 12:37, 12:35. All of those should be 12:33.
12:33, okay. So I am going to ask you, on this particular exhibit, take my pen, please, and will you make the appropriate changes so that that is accurate to what you saw? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, looking at page 2 of 133, so the jurors can see what you've done if they can read it. Other than those changes you just made, when you had a chance to look at this phone again in 2019, did it display exactly the information that's on this particular document now?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the phone call that we've discussed, that you referenced as North Coast Pay, line 30,
Yes, ma'am.
when you looked at this phone in 2019, was that North Coast Pay still showing?
It was.
In addition to completing or documenting the actual calls, did you also have a chance to go through her, what we then would have called a home directory?
Yes.
Okay, I think we just call them contacts now, but back then it was referred to as a directory?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you page, Payne Hospital Mart States Exhibit 137. Madam Practice Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Similar to what you did with the other exhibit, did you document the information that came off of her home phone showing her contacts, showing her home phone directory?
I did.
And would this have been something similar to a speed dial, or was it in alphabetical order? What was do you recall, I guess is a better question.
It can be used as a speed dial, yes. So you don't have to dial the whole number. You can just dial, if she's trying to call her mother, number 2, and hit the phone button, and it would dial that number.
And have you had a chance to compare, well, I guess first of all, how do you know that States 137 is consistent with what you saw from that phone?
I've compared that with my case file, and
Okay. And again, is that something that you would have documented that particular day?
it is.
And is this a true and accurate recording? Well, let me ask you this first. Sitting here today, can you tell this jury that you have personal knowledge that you remember all of her contacts that were in her home phone?
I don't remember all of them.
Is this a recorded recollection of what was in her home phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender an evidence States Exhibit 137.
All right, the objection of board hours to 137.
Can I just see, is that, I haven't seen it. Oh, that, no, I'm sorry, I thought it was the other one. Yes, no objection to that.
That's admitted without objection.
May I publish that
137.
to the jury?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so again, this particular document, 137, where did that information come from?
The handset on the telephone number is the directory.
Okay. I have just a moment, Judge.
Some more or anything? You okay?
I'm good, thank you, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you or someone else related to this investigation create a table that is essentially a transcript of the recorded phone calls in addition to information about who made the call and what time it came in?
Yes.
Showing a code that helps Mart States to do at 136. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136. Ask you to take a look at that for me, please. It's a couple pages, a few pages.
Is this a compilation of the voicemail messages we just heard?
It is, Judge, with some other things. I'm gonna ask you a few more questions about it, but yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So that was gonna be my question. Is that something that was created in this case file to document in writing the audio messages as best as you could?
Yes, it was.
And to be clear again, is that something that you personally typed up?
I did not.
However, was that contained within the case file in this case?
It was.
And are you familiar with it?
Yes.
When we look at this, State's Exhibit 136, the columns that we see here, the information about day, date, time, and message, where would that information have come from?
The answer machine
Okay.
that we listened to.
The information about well, let me skip over that. The information about the number, where would that have come from?
That would have come from known telephone numbers that we had for these people calling
Okay.
in phone records.
And then the information about from, toll time, and tower, where would that information have come from?
This particular toll time here would come from the answer machine. So
Okay.
as it played, it said at whatever time.
Okay.
And then
So then why do we have a time and a toll time is my question.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you're correct. Yes, this is what it says from the answer machine. That toll time would come from phone records.
Okay. So, to be clear, up until, well, let me ask you, the from column, be clear on that. Do you know if that would have come from the recordings themselves or from knowledge of law enforcement?
Probably some of both.
Okay. But, so take that off. These first four columns, day, date, time, messages, is that information that all comes from the recordings we've already heard?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to tender State's Exhibit 136, but only publish the portions that we've just discussed that came from, the way it's made, it's not an Excel spreadsheet I can edit myself.
Right. All right, what columns, again, do you want to publish?
Just going through the content of the messages would be from date, time.
So the first four columns?
Yes, sir. And from would be, from and over would not be displayed at this time.
Okay. Y'all have a copy of this?
We don't, but we've received one, I can get one today.
All
We've
right.
received one in discovery.
Any objection to,
No,
no objection,
not to what she's talking about.
the first four columns?
Thank you.
All right, you can exhibit the first four columns to the exhibit only. The other four are not admitted. And that's without objection.
Thank you, Judge.
What is admitted?
Okay. I don't want to touch that. Are you able to see well enough to read it on the screen?
I think so.
Okay. So again, well, let me scoot it up a little bit. Looking at what is displayed on the screen, can you tell the jurors what we're looking at here?
The transcript from the phone records, time it came in from the answer machine and the date.
Okay.
Yeah, and the day.
I'm gonna see if I'm intelligent enough to figure out how to zoom in on this thing. The answer's probably no.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, that help? Okay, so for instance, I want to skip down to October 23rd. On the date that you were recording this information, what date would that have been?
The 24th.
Okay. And again, we have the day of the week. Is that what this means?
Yes,
And then the date, where would that information have come from?
the recorder itself.
And then the answering machine messages.
Yes, they came from the recorder itself.
Okay. And again, moving to page 2 of that document. Are we looking essentially at the same thing?
Yes.
Now, when it says hang up, what does that mean?
That means someone called the phone long enough for the answering machine to pick up and record that there was a message, but nobody said anything and they hung up, so there's nothing there.
So you just made a statement about that the phone rang long enough for the answering machine to pick up. Again, for those who have never had an answering machine, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Yes. Sometimes when you call a phone, and it depends on how the phone is set up, how many times it's going to ring before the answering machine picks up. This type phone, if as soon as the answering machine picked up, you hung up, it may or may not record that a call actually came through to that machine. But just a few seconds may make the difference in it recorded that this is a message, but nobody left one and they hung up. So it's got to do with how long they hold the phone or how long it is until they hang up, whether it actually records it or not.
Okay. I want to go back to page 1 and ask you some questions about that. Looking at the information from the answering machine, what is the time of the first call that is made on October 23rd, that Sunday?
I can't see it. You have to scoot
Oh,
it up just
sorry.
a little bit. October 23rd, that's Sunday.
Yes, sir.
From the answer machine, it's 10:10 a.m. is the first message that was left that the answer machine actually recorded or
Okay.
picked up.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 133 and already entered. Looking at this North Coast Pay call that we've talked about earlier,
Yes.
I'm going to try to put it all there together. Does that phone call show on the answering machine?
It does not.
Does it even show as a hang-up on the answering machine?
It does not.
What, based on your knowledge of this machine and just answering machines in general, what does that tell you about the call from North Coast Pay?
When it was answered, it was an immediate hang up.
Okay. And just so, because I haven't shown it yet, looking at page 3 of the answering machine messages. Again, would these be transcripts of the messages that we heard before?
Yes.
Okay. And this last call, this 9:02 p.m. on Monday, well, I guess let me ask you, do you know which of these calls, if any, is the call that came in while you were actually recording the original messages?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
But if possibly that 902, but
Okay.
I don't, it's hard to tell.
Okay, that's fine. And that particular recording, again, is that something that was turned over itself?
Yes.
Now, when you made that recording, was it made with a CD or with a device, recording device that has memory in it?
It was.
What kind of recording device did you use to actually record the calls off of that answering machine?
It's a mini CD
Right.
that is encased. It's encased in a plastic holder, kind of like an older floppy disk type thing, but the CD is in the middle of it. So it's actually a CD, but it's just the format at that time period that was being used.
And in 2005, was that pretty high tech at the time?
It was in 2005.
Okay. In 2022, do we have many devices that would still play that original?
No.
Okay. I want to play you just a portion of an exhibit that's already been tendered, just for comparison. Is that gonna be 200? That was the disc? Do you wanna call?
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Borshia. Perfect. I'm not touching anything down there. Gonna restart that, 'cause we missed the first of it. Okay, there we go. Restart states 200.
Well, this is 200
200.
that you're playing now. Thank
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
You have one new message and 28 old messages. Monday, 10:19 a.m.
Hi, this is Anita. If anybody's there, would you please pick up?
End of messages. You have 29 old messages. Thursday, 6:22 p.m.
Hey, Sarah, it's Sarah. I'm just worried about this. Just gonna check on you. Just give me a call if you want to. If you don't feel like it, that's okay. Just want to check on you. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thursday, 9:41 p.m.
Rudy, when you left off about the back. Hope you get the message. Bye.
Saturday, 7:48.
I'm gonna stop it right there at 1 minute, 21 seconds. Having had a chance to listen to a portion of States 200, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That is the recording of the answer machine from the October 24th, 2005.
Okay. Are there any messages on the recording you made that were not heard in open court today?
No.
I'm gonna change gears here for a moment. In this particular case, in addition to gathering the actual phone and the records that we've discussed, did you also take anything? Sorry, I apologize. I'm gonna thank you. Did you take anything into evidence from Ms. Grinstead's room?
Yes.
And what did you take into evidence from her room?
A photograph from a picture frame.
Why did you take the photograph?
At that time, she's a missing person, so we're trying to get the word out for people to be on the lookout for Miss Grinstead. So we needed a good photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the photo I took on October the 24th from her bedroom.
And to be clear, when you say you took the photo, you didn't actually take it with a camera. You physically took the photo?
I physically
Removed the photo?
removed the photo and took it with me, yes.
And is that the original photo that you removed from Tara Grinstead's bedroom?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender in evidence State's Exhibit 135.
Objection. That's admitted without objection. States 135. Thank you.
Okay, displaying State's Exhibit 135 on the screen. Again, is this the original picture that you took from her bedroom?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall where you took that picture from her bedroom?
It was in a picture frame. As you come in the bedroom, you enter the bedroom from the, make sure I get my direction right, the southeast corner, and it was a corner-fed room, meaning the door, you entered from the corner of the room instead of the middle of the room. Directly down that wall, there's a chest of drawers. Beside it, another shelf and some other items on the wall there, and it was on the wall, but on the shelf, leaned up against the wall, pushed all the way against the wall on the shelf.
Just a moment, please. And the phone as well, that we've been talking about, where was that phone located when you took it on October 24th?
It was located on the nightstand, right by the bed.
So I'm gonna show you, first of all, it's been already entered at State's Exhibit 114. And if I can ask you to step down here for me, please.
Okay.
It's gonna be a lot easier down here, I promise. Can I get you to point to the jury, or point out to the jury, where that particular frame and photograph were located on October 24th of 2005?
Been on the shelf right
You
here.
gotta do it under here,
I'm
so.
sorry. Where are we going now? There's my finger.
Hey, look, you can just look at it right down
It's been right up here on the shelf.
there. Okay. And have you had a chance to look at pictures in this case that were taken by both Bill Bars and Jeff Rossler? Let's see, thank you. In the pictures that Bill Bars took, are you able to see that picture, that being this particular picture of Tara, still in the frame?
Yes.
And in the pictures then that Agent Rossler took, are you able to see that's been removed?
Yes.
Additionally, the phone that we've been discussing, I'm going to display States 56. Now, do you recognize whether the phone is in this particular photograph?
It is?
And again, you indicate it's on the nightstand, is that right?
It is. That's it right above your finger.
Now, when you saw the phone, was the handset off as it is here?
No, the handset was on the phone when we
Okay.
got in there.
And to your knowledge, again, have you actually seen these pictures that Bill Bars took before?
I have?
And to your knowledge, again, when he took his pictures, is this gonna be one that it was off because Bill, I'm gonna ask this better. In the pictures where we have the phone not in the handset, is that going to be pictures that were taken before GBI arrived on scene?
They were.
So the pictures where we see the phone in the cradle, those are gonna be GBI pictures?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you collect any other physical evidence in this case?
Yes.
Computers. Okay. What else did you collect in this case?
Computers from her, I call it the computer room, but it's the second bedroom that she used as a computer room.
Okay. And what was done with those computers?
They were transported to Houston County Sheriff's Department for analysis.
Okay. I'm gonna show you, which one is the laptop? Show you first the home computer that Mr. Rigby is so kindly carrying for me because it's heavy. States Exhibit 142. And then the laptop, States Exhibit 143. While he's doing all that, you can look at 143 for me, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Wherever it'll fit.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Having looked at States Exhibit 143, do you recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the laptop that I retrieved from the second bedroom or computer room.
And is that the same laptop that was then turned over to Houston County to be, to have a download done on it?
It was, or it is.
It is. And in States Exhibit 142, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the home computer or tower computer from that computer room.
And who seized that particular computer?
I did.
And what was done with that computer after you seized it?
Took it to turn it over to Houston County for analysis.
and I'm sure that we can see what you're doing, but just so the jurors understand, these documents that you're looking at, what are those?
Those are our property receipts, and that's what we put with every piece of evidence. We write what it is we're taking and sign our initials at the bottom, and it has a chain of custody for what time you take it and then what time you turn it over to someone else or put it in storage.
Okay, and was that done to both states 142 and 143?
It was.
Your Honor, this time I would tender to evidence states 142 and 143.
Any objection? No objection, those are admitted.
Over there, thank you. Now, the actual analysis of these, thank you, Mr. Reed, of these particular computers, did you do that?
I did not.
However, did you directly turn those over to Houston County?
I did.
What number is this again? Show opposing counsel on Martin States Exhibit 141. I'm going to show you it's the Martin States Exhibit 141. I ask you to take a look at that for me.
Okay,
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
This is items I took from the kitchen. There's a small desk in the kitchen area of Miss Grinsted's residence, and it's papers, a little red address book, got some photocopies and things like that in it, business cards.
Okay. And the document that you have in front of you, does that appear that it's been open since you originally took the items of evidence, if you can tell?
Yeah, this here? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Take a look at that inside and make sure that's what's inside and what it says on the outside.
A lot of credit card statements. I'm looking for the red
Yeah, that's fine.
address book. I don't see the red address book.
Okay. So states 141 contains some of the items you collected, but not the red address book?
Yes, ma'am.
When you collected that address book, what would you have done with it?
Placed it in that bag and taken it to the evidence room.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 144 that's been previously shown to defense counsel.
Okay?
Do you recognize State's 144?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize State's 144?
It's got my initials on the back of it where I sealed it.
Okay.
And it's a buckle swap kit.
After you sealed this particular document, does it appear it's ever been opened again?
Yes.
And can you tell, looking at that, your years of experience, where it's been opened?
Here at the top with this evidence,
Don't display it to them quite yet, please. But
this evidence tape here
yes, sir.
is not our evidence tape. It would be at the lab.
Okay.
This is ours.
And you've just identified them as buckle swabs. With those, from whom did you collect those buckle swabs?
This one from Heath Dykes.
And other than it being opened at the lab, is that in the same condition as when you saw it after you collected it?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you go about collecting buckle swabs?
Yes, there's a couple of swabs, and you actually have a kit, like that is a kit. And you scrub the buccal swabs on the cheek, inside cheek of the person you're taking a swab from. Place them inside the buccal swab kit, and then you seal it and sign it.
Thank you. And when you collected this buccal swab from Heath Dykes, did you have a search warrant?
No,
How were you able to collect his DNA without a search warrant?
he willingly gave it to us.
Other than the things that we've looked at today and talked about today, did you have any other role in processing or collecting evidence from Tara Grinstead's home?
No,
Did you have any other role as it relates to the investigation, which was then of a missing person, Tara Grinstead?
I did some interviews,
Okay.
yes, but not at the residence.
One more piece of evidence. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 168 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
now it's a missing poster of Tara Grinstead.
Okay. And that particular poster, the picture that was used, do you recognize that picture?
Yes,
How do you recognize that picture?
it's the picture from the picture frame I took from the bedroom.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 168.
Any objection?
No objection.
168 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Do you recall after these items have been collected and after Agent Rossler processed the crime scene, if you ever entered the residence again with anyone else?
On another date?
No, that particular day, did you allow any of Tara's friends or families
Yes.
to come into the residence with you?
Yes, when we were about to leave, her sister Anita
Yes, sir.
came into the living room of the residence with myself and Agent Rossler and Dominic Turner. And Agent Turner turned over some items found out, or some money,
Okay.
that was in the car during his search.
And was Miss Gaddis at that point allowed to look at other portions of the house to see if anything was out of place?
Yes,
And other than allowing Miss Gaddis into the house after it had been processed, did anyone else go in that house in your presence?
no.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a lunch break. We'll be in recess for the lunch hour until 1:15. Let's everybody remain in place, ladies and gentlemen, while the jury exit the courtroom. Your lunch is waiting for you downstairs. Thank y'all. Y'all can head on down if you want to, unless you need something in there.
Go out that way.
You can step down.
Thank you.
Agent Bodger, thank you. How do you spell your last name, by the way?
B-O-D-R-E-Y.
Just like it sounds. Okay.
Yes.
You got that, Heather?
Yes, thank you.
All right, y'all want to take up the items we were discussing this morning before we started to do over the lunch hour? Y'all want to wait till after you eat? You want to do it late this afternoon? Okay. I'll hear from you then, Mr. Merchant and Ms. Merchant.
Yeah, Your Honor, we just wanted to talk to the staging, Your Honor, about the scheduling issues. We're moving pretty quickly, quicker than I think anybody anticipated. So we just want to make sure that we have our folks lined up. So we'd like to see if the state's original announcement of 1.5 weeks for their case in chief is still accurate, or whether we need to adjust that.
What's the best reasonable estimate, Ms. Harden, you can give us for me to tell the defense they're protected until, none of their witnesses would be expected to be here before X day?
So, Your Honor, based on the way that we're currently going, assuming things don't slow down with the crime lab fix, I would say that as far as timing, the state could probably finish on Friday. However, I had learned that we had one of our experts who's coming from Texas. Because we are growing much faster than expected, she cannot be available until Monday morning. And so if we're done on Friday, I'm gonna ask the court's indulgence to allow us to start Monday, but that would be, either that would be our last witness or the next to the last witness.
So, it's, yeah, y'all are protected until mid-morning, Monday. How about that? All right. Thank y'all so much, Ms. Hart. You got
I
a
did,
couple things? If you can think of them now, fine, if you can't.
you just put me on the spot as to what they were. I remember, Judge. I anticipate that the confession that the defendant gave will be played either tomorrow or the next day. I anticipate tomorrow. In going through the interview.
Is that video and audio or just audio?
It's both and it's separate. It starts as an audio, changes into a video. Then there's another portion that's audio only as they're doing the booking information and also the ride to Ben Hill County. And then there's video once they get out there as well.
All right.
So it's a little bit of both.
How long?
Total, hour and a half to 2 hours.
You intend to play all of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're separate, they're considered separate portions of the interview, so they're separate exhibits, but total, I would say about an hour and a half to 2
Any
hours.
issues about redaction or anything?
That's what I wanted to bring up. So previously, obviously, I had intended to redact anything that was bad character evidence. They do discuss his prior, I believe they discussed briefly his prior DUI, the fact that he went AWOL from the military, those sorts of things. At this point, based on Your Honor's ruling yesterday, I don't believe that that would be required, given that the good character evidence has come in. The two things I specifically, there is a third one that I specifically remember where he talks about how he will lose his temper and get angry at people and those sorts of things. So the state no longer intends to redact those. But I did have, wanted to just put on the record and see where we were going with, there is several portions in that audio, particularly the audio, in which Agent Shadell makes comments, well, Bo told me this, Bo told me that. It would be the state's position that that would be improper hearsay to come in based on the court's prior ruling. There's certainly a confrontation clause issue for Agent Shadell to state what Bo told him. So my intention has been to mute those portions. Additionally, during at least one of those conversations where he's talking about Bo told me this, he also does make a comment where he says, I believe Bo and I believe you. Again, it's the state's position. While that could be argued as strategy during the interview, it's the state's position that that is a comment on the believability of the witnesses. And so our intention had been to redact that.
As to the defendant and Bo?
Yes, Your Honor, because I don't believe that would be appropriate. That being said, based on defense counsel's opening statement, I don't have an objection to those things being played, but I am just stating in my place that I believe that they do not come in, and so it would be my intent to redact and mute those portions so that we don't have any improper hearsay from Bo through Agent Shadell.
What was it about the opening statement?
She specifically referenced something, Bo told us this, and then she also referenced one of the times in which Agent Shadell tells Ryan, I believed him and I believe you. Okay. Again, it would be my understanding of the law is neither of those things would be admissible. And so I would be intending to redact that, but I just wanted to make sure I had answers as to that before we start.
I don't remember what I remember some reference to Agent Shadell's tactics.
Yes.
She called into question. I don't remember exactly which ones they were. It'd be in the record. But y'all want to comment on this now? You want to look over what, you know?
Yeah, Your Honor, if the court would allow us, we'd like to discuss that at lunch.
We can do it in the morning. You want to?
In the morning, it would be great.
The only problem with the morning is I believe that it's going to be played tomorrow, and it's I have the times, but it'll take me several hours tonight to make sure and replay it and re-listen to it to make sure I have everything done. That's why I was trying to bring it up today. Because it's not one time, it's probably 10 times that I'm looking at muting it. And again, I have each of those notes.
Character stuff plus the...
Most of those are the comments about Bo told us this. And again, I've noted the general
resolve
times.
that. What about the Bo told us this stuff?
Yeah, Your Honor, I think we can resolve that at lunch, at the end of lunch.
That's fine.
Okay, and then I believe you, I believe what Bo said, that kind of stuff. Y'all, let's talk about that, but then we'll talk about the character stuff. You can identify where that is on the computer pretty quick, or the CDs.
Like after lunch so you can hear it?
No,
Okay.
no, not that. Y'all gotta get something to do too. Will it be as painstaking to delete any of that if we, decide that way to go?
It just means out of precaution, I'm gonna re-listen to them anyway, but it means I have to re-listen about 20 times to make sure I have the seconds correct.
Okay.
So that there's no mistakes. So again, I can do that if that's what I need to do, but I would prefer, that's what I do with my opening, and it took several hours and then it didn't work out. It's just wasted time. So I prefer not to do that if it's coming
What
in.
happened? Did it just,
When Your Honor turned off the system because it was reacting to the microphones from the media, that's the system that needed to play.
did I turn off the system?
Or you told someone else to turn it off is what I've been
I got it.
told.
Okay.
Anyway, that being said, we're making sure at lunch actually that these audios and videos play these particular
everything's a lot
ones.
better.
Yes,
today.
absolutely. Today's not been any issues.
Yeah.
And I've got those specific audios and videos, and we're gonna work on that to make sure they play, so we shouldn't have that issue.
So after dinner, let's talk about both statements.
Yes,
That agent should have communicated to your client, okay? Thank y'all.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, see y'all about 10 after 1, say.
can't tell you anything.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Everyone, keep your seat, court come to order. All right, anything we need to go over now? If y'all have an opportunity to discuss the issues that were raised on the statement.
Yes, Judge. On the issue of statements by Bo, Dukes, or Ryan Duke related to the credibility of others, we agree with those stand.
All right,
We're not gonna.
got that?
The credibility issue, him saying, I believe you, I believe him, that's coming out. Got it.
Yes. And we don't have any objection to the specific things generally that they've talked about, especially the character issues. But
You mean your client?
yes, I think one characterization that the state made about it is incorrect, but generally speaking, because we've introduced character evidence, we're not going to object.
Okay.
Another issue though, Judge, I assume that the state is going to redact Crawford statements from this interview. Sixth Amendment Crawford statements that are parroted by Agent Shadell saying, Bo said this to me, Bo said this to me.
Right. You said you were.
That's actually the exact issue that I brought up, yes, to
Right,
make
right.
sure. Just because in opening, defense counsel mentioned some of those, I just wanted to make sure. I intend to take out any portions where Agent Shadell says, well, Bo told me this, or Bo told us
Or
that.
anybody else?
Yeah, and
I
we.
mean, is there anybody else?
Not that I can recall,
Did you
Judge.
recall, Mr. Merchant?
No, I think Agent Holland had some discussions with Bo Dukes, but not with Mr. Duke, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Correct, not in any of the interviews with Ryan Duke. I did recall what the other issue was, Judge, and we don't have to take it up there, we can take it up
But
later.
that covers everything that you may
Yes,
have
sir.
to work on tonight, you were saying.
Yes, and those are the two things I had already identified, and I can finish, like I said tonight, making sure that's perfect. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't spend all that time and know, like, no, we want it in. The other issue that I wanted to bring up, and again, it doesn't necessarily have to be decided right now, but while it's on my brain, is we never actually got an answer about the true allele information. So as the court will recall, at one of the hearing in March, Your Honor signed the order taking judicial notice. However, we all agreed that that was only as to reports that had been issued prior to that date. Well, then after that date is when we all received the amended reports, 3 amended reports as a true allele. At that time, the state again, at that point we said, listen, based on what was said in court, the true allele order does not apply to these 3 amended reports. And on top of that, we again made the offer not to use true allele at all. If, again, there could be an agreement as to the fact that there would be no argument made that there wasn't an attempt to identify who this third DNA belonged to. At one of the hearings after that, I had brought that up, and defense counsel just indicated they weren't sure yet. And so just for witness purposes, needing to know, because really we have to have a Harper hearing at this point on those 3 amended reports if we're going to let those in front of the jury.
That sounds like your charge, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor, and we're fine with the stipulation staying as it is on the record. We're fine not, having a Harper hearing, that's the true allele.
But we expect the true allele evidence to be presented then. Right.
Correct.
And that, so to be clear, the order that's in place as to true allele under Harper standard also is going to apply to the 3 amended reports.
That's what I understand.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Merchant, you need a minute?
No, I'm good, thank you.
You ready? All right.
I'm good, thank you.
Ask the jury to join us. Thank you. Come on in, Mr. Bodger. Sorry, I didn't see you standing over.
I'm good. How about you today?
All right, well, I understand y'all got a real outdoor recess today, is that right? We'll get you some, maybe we'll get you some horseshoes and kickball for tomorrow. As you recall, ladies and gentlemen, the state had concluded its direct examination of Agent Baudry here. So at this time, Ms. Merchant, you can cross-examine on behalf of Mr. Dew.
Great, thank you so much, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Baudry.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good.
Good. I want to show you the reports that you generated that were admitted earlier in Exhibit 133 and 136.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one is the report that we talked about, that you dictated and then someone else typed?
Yes.
Okay. And then number 136, that's the answering machine reports, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So these reports, they're not computer generated, right? They're human generated.
Yes.
Okay. And you found errors in those reports just even here today, correct?
As I stated earlier, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that a computer-generated report, like a phone record, would be more accurate than a human-generated report like those?
Possibly, it depends.
It depends? Okay. And in this case, Mr. Rigby gave you a court order to obtain phone records in this case, correct?
Not me personally on that phone number, no.
Okay. You were given phone records by the DA's office, though, or given court orders to obtain phone records?
Yes, some phone records, yes.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review the phone records that were obtained in this case? The ones that we spoke about previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the phone call that you talk about, this payphone call, it does not appear on those phone records that were obtained from the phone company, correct?
It does not.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk to you a little bit about the day that you were at Ms. Grinstead's home.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked states 29, 64, and 114, if you can take a look at that.
All right.
Are those photos of a chest of drawers in Ms. Grinstead's home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall Miss Anita Gaddis, who is Miss Grinstead's sister, being there the night that you were present on scene?
She came after the residence was processed.
Okay. But she was there when you were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when she was there, and looking at these photos, do you see that there's jewelry on top of these chest of drawers?
Yes.
Okay. And was it pointed out to you that there was a ring that Miss Gaddis had given Miss Grinstead in this?
So anything that someone pointed out is going to be hearsay.
I didn't ask what she said. I asked if he saw a ring, if it was pointed out to him, but not specifically what she said. I did not ask for hearsay. What he was told specifically would be hearsay.
May I respond, Judge, to 2 points? One, Judge, she said it was pointed out to him as being given to someone, which again would have been hearsay. But 2, gestures are also hearsay under the definition.
I'll give you the last second.
Judge, I don't believe it's hearsay. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and I'm not asking what was specifically stated by Ms. Gaddis. I'm asking if he saw a ring, and I can rephrase it if he saw.
Yeah, I sustain
I'll
that
rephrase it.
objection to your last question.
Is there a ring in this photo on top of this chest of drawers?
I honestly can't tell from this photo.
Is there jewelry on top?
There's jewelry. There's items there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are they in what you would call plain view?
Yes.
Okay, and plain view just means they're easily seen.
Yes, you don't have to open anything to see them.
Okay, wonderful. You also obtained, I know one of the slips that you have is for evidence that you obtained from Miss Grinstead's car. It was for 5 $20 bills. Do you remember that?
I did not obtain that, no.
Do you recall who obtained it?
Dominic Turner.
Were you present when he obtained that?
Not when he obtained it, no, ma'am.
Okay, you were not actually present for that.
No, I was, you want me to continue?
Yes, please.
I was present when he turned that currency over to Anita Gaddis.
So you were present, you saw Mr. Turner turn currency over to Ms. Gaddis?
Right before we left.
Okay, and so you saw the actual currency?
I saw him give, I didn't count it or
Right.
anything, no.
And-
It was in a bag. It would have been in an evidence bag.
Okay, okay. And so you were present when Agent Turner obtained this currency?
No.
Okay, so walk me through what you were present for.
I was present at the very end when Dominic, or Agent Turner, came to the residence and Ms. Gaddis came to the residence, basically to turn that residence back over to the Gaddises.
Okay,
And Dominic turned over that currency to Anita at that point.
okay, and so you saw him give her money at that point?
An evidence bag with that currency in it that had been retrieved from the vehicle.
Okay, so you saw Mr. Turner give Ms. Gaddis an evidence bag with cash that had been retrieved from the vehicle?
I was present when that happened.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, thank you.
Any read right?
Just a moment, Judge, I apologize.
Mark is number what?
169. I'm going to show you what has now been marked as 169. I ask you to take a look at that for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize state 169?
Yes, ma'am, it's the address book I was looking for in the bag earlier.
Okay, so the address, what you're holding, 169, that particular red bag, you believe it would originally have been with the items that you saw in Exhibit 141?
On the kitchen desk, yes.
And Exhibit 141, what did you say it contains now that you've had a chance to look at it this morning or this afternoon?
An address book, credit card records,
Okay.
and things such as that, yes.
So
Writings.
specifically as to 169, is that the actual original address book that you obtained from Terry Grinstead's home on August 24th of 2005?
Yes,
There are a few loose items in the front of that. Would those have been present in the address book when you took it into evidence?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time I will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 169.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
That's admitted without objection. Thank you.
And just so the jurors can, not gonna go through every page of that, but just so the jurors can see what you're looking at. Can you tell us what this address book is? Does it have a title on it?
Yes, it does.
And what does it say?
Tara's address book.
Has it come up yet over there yet? Thank you.
It's working on it.
Here it comes.
Okay. And again, is this the original address book itself?
Yes,
And when you go, if I were to go through, or the jurors go through it, are they able to see people's information written down in there?
yes.
Okay. I don't want to display people's personal information, especially on live TV, but just want to make sure. Just to be clear, and not trying to be tricky about this, but your knowledge about what was turned over to Anita Gaddis that evening by Dominic Turner, is that what you'd been told by Dominic Turner that item was?
Objection, leaving.
How did you know what was in that bag?
Stand that objection.
Thank you, Judge. How do you know what was in that bag that Dominic Turner turned over?
I don't, it's in my case file.
Okay, so did you have personal knowledge of that outside of someone else telling you?
No,
Any reason to doubt, though, that's what happened?
no.
No further questions.
Any follow-up?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Were there any other items that were returned to Ms. Grinstead's family or friends?
I believe a car key.
A car key? Okay. Where's Mr. Turner now? Is he still employed with the GBI?
He is not.
Do you know where he is?
I don't know.
Thank you.
All right. Any reason Agent Beaudry shouldn't be excused?
Now, we have to be excused, I think.
We have another student as well,
Okay.
and just for rebuttal, we just keep him on call, but he is definitely excused for today.
All right, you got a way to get in
Yes.
contact with him?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Agent Beaudry. I'm gonna excuse you at this time. Keep your telephone turned on, just in case, please.
Yes, sir.
And don't discuss the testimony you've given here today with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
And if I might clarify, that means he's also still subject to the rule of sequestration.
Yes,
Just want to make sure he's clear on that. Thank you.
thank you. All right, call your next witness, please.
State will call Larry Peterson to the stand. He should be in our office.
All right, good afternoon. This is Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Good. you'll step up right there before you're seated. Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated there and give your attention to Ms. Hart. Thank you.
Judge, we have hand raised.
Good, thank you. Speak up. Good deal.
Thanks, Judge. Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors for me, please, sir.
My name is Larry Keith Peterson.
And how are you currently employed?
Well, I'm currently unemployed, but I'm retired from the Division of Forensic Sciences from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation back in 2008.
And prior to your retirement in 2008, how long did you work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Department of Forensic Science?
Yes, for 30 years.
And is that what we commonly refer to as the crime lab?
Yes.
Now, is there just one crime lab in the state of Georgia?
No, there's multiple crime labs. I was in the headquarters laboratory in Decatur, just outside of Atlanta.
And in the 30 years that you worked there, were you always at headquarters?
Yes.
When you retired in 2008, is that what you said, 2008? What was your job assignment at that time?
I was a microanalyst doing trace evidence work. I was also the technical leader for the trace evidence unit.
Okay. Can you tell us, first of all, what you mean when you say trace evidence?
Generally, when I refer to trace evidence, it's generally types of analysis that requires a microscope or a microscopic test in the testing. So things like hairs and fibers, small bits of glass, and things that we would generally use a microscope to even see, and also to analyze. Types of instrumentation would use very small amounts of material in their testing.
You also use the phrase microanalyst. Can you tell us, is that different than trace evidence, or tell us how that relates to trace evidence?
Well, a microanalyst was just a title that was given to those who worked in the trace evidence unit. So the reports that we would send out would be signed as a microanalyst.
How long were you employed as a microanalyst with GBI?
Well, until my retirement, so for 30 years, and then for about the last 9 years, I was a microanalyst doing casework, but I was also doing supervisory work for training as a technical leader of the unit.
When you were a technical leader of the unit, how many people did you supervise?
I believe at the time we had 6 other trace evidence analysts.
Now, can you tell the jury what your training or experience education is to allow you to be a microanalyst?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science from Florida Technological University, which is now the University of Central Florida. So I trained under Drs. Ken Szynski and Jim Howard after my employment there. But through the years, I've taken many classes and seminars on the microscopical and physical analysis of evidence. Teach at the Georgia Police Academy. Again, give instruction to other analysts in training. Was a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. Was past president and member of the Southern Association of Forensic Sciences. Was also certified through the American Board of Criminalistics.
And have you ever had an occasion to testify previously in the field of, or as a microanalyst?
I have.
And specifically, have you ever been tendered as an expert?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what fields you've been tendered as an expert in, if you recall?
Well, the various fields in trace, hairs, fibers, glass, wood, shoe and tire examinations, chemical examinations of various types would be included in that.
And could you estimate for the jury how many times you've had an occasion to testify as an expert in the state of Georgia?
Over 400 times.
Have you ever testified outside the state of Georgia?
Yes.
And any idea how many times you've testified outside the state of Georgia?
I would estimate maybe a dozen or so.
Okay. And when you testified outside the state of Georgia, were you also deemed an expert at that time, or at least some of those times?
Yes, so I've testified in federal courts outside of the state. Also in my post-retirement, I worked for the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory. For almost 10 years, I testified in different parts of the country as part of that job as well.
And your job with, I'm just going to say with the Army, with the crime lab of the Army, did you do similar work to what you did with the GBI?
I did.
And how long did you say you had that particular job?
Over 9 years.
Your Honor, at this time we would move to tender him as an expert in the field of trace evidence.
All right, any objection for Board Dyer as to his qualifications in his field of trace evidence analysis?
Not as his qualification.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burchett. Ladies and gentlemen, the law recognizes two types of witnesses. Lay witnesses, which is just like an eyewitness that would come in and just testify something they saw. And then the law recognizes what are called expert witnesses. This witness has been tendered by the state and accepted by the defense as an expert because of his training and experience in his field of forensic microscopic evidence analysis, okay? Things that are typically beyond the keen of the average juror, what expert witnesses are here for to help the juries, okay? You're to give his testimony, whatever amount of credibility you believe it's entitled to, just as you would any other witness, okay? Thank y'all. Go ahead, Ms. Hart.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, I want to direct your attention to October, November of 2005. Were you employed with the crime lab at that time?
I was.
And at that time, would you have been employed simply as a microanalyst, or were you already working as a technical leader as well?
I was both technical leader and as microanalyst.
Do you recall an occasion in which you met with then Special Agent in Charge Gary Rothwell out of the Perry office?
I did. In fact, he had called me on the phone indicating he was en route to the laboratory, asking questions about a glove that had been recovered from the scene of a missing person and was wanting to inquire as to what types of procedures could be done with the glove.
Okay. And did Agent Rothwell specifically deliver the glove to the crime lab himself?
He did.
Can I correct you, witness judge?
Sure.
I'm going to show you the Mart States Exhibit 148 and ask you to take a look at that for me. Sorry to show them to defense counsel.
Yes.
Now, looking at States Exhibit 148, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, this was the glove that was received at the laboratory. It's marked with a label with a specific crime laboratory case number and item number.
Okay. Now, to be clear, the picture you're looking at, can you actually see the glove in the picture?
No.
So what is that a picture of?
It's actually what we would call an evidence bag or a brown paper bag that's sealed with markings of evidence tape, which was indicated as containing the glove.
And you've talked about the fact that it's labeled with a sticker. When evidence arrives at the crime lab, no matter how it gets there, is it labeled with a number that is specific to the crime lab itself?
It has a very specific number and an item number, and also has a barcode as a part of that label for tracking purposes and transfers of internal transfers of the evidence.
And that particular case, that crime lab number, does that apply to each piece of evidence that's submitted in a particular case, generally?
Yeah. Yes.
And in this particular case, looking at the exhibit in front of you, States Exhibit 148, does the number listed on that bag match the case number in this case that was given to it by the Department of Forensic Sciences?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender States Exhibit 140, I've already forgotten my number, into evidence. 148, thank you.
Any objection? Thank you, that's admitted without objection.
Okay. Now, you've referenced it as being the glove, and I want to should come up on your screen here just a moment. Okay. Now that the jury has the ability to see it as well, can you tell them again what they're looking at, please?
Again, so this brown bag with the red evidence label tape sealing the top of the bag has a label with a green stripe across the top labeled 2005-1025070, and then a smaller lettering below that, it says item number 1.
And this particular paper bag that we're looking at, this evidence bag, did this contain an item of evidence that you later analyzed yourself?
It does.
And what was contained within that bag?
There was a latex tied off-white glove.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 149, 150, 151, and 152. I'm ask you to take a look at those for me, please. Those also have been shown to opposing counsel. It's okay, you're not the only one. I've done it all day too.
Yes, I recognize these.
And as to each of those photographs, you said you recognize those. What do you recognize those to be?
These are images that I took in the laboratory during the time I performed examinations on the glove.
And are those true and accurate depictions of what the glove looked like during the time it was in your custody at the crime lab?
They are.
All right, this time I would tender those exhibits into evidence.
All right, 149, 150, 151, and 152. Mr. Merchant, any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Those are admitted without objection.
And may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Looking first at states 149, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there, please?
So this image is of one side of the glove before I performed any examinations.
Okay.
So in looking at the condition of the glove, I noticed that there were discolorations in the glove from kind of an off-white color to a darkish yellow colorations, which would indicate to me that the glove appeared to have been used, and also the fact that the thumb and the pinky finger of the glove, the tips are inverted in, which would be a common expectation if you were to remove a glove, that the tips would remain inverted after you remove the glove.
Okay. So looking at this particular exhibit, is this the condition in which the glove arrived to your lab?
It is.
Okay. And then looking at State's Exhibit 150, can you tell the jury what you're viewing there? Oh, I'm sorry, it's the wrong one. State's Exhibit 151, what are we looking at there?
So stakes 151 would be the opposite side of the glove than 149. So there is less discoloration there in that. You can still see evidence of where the thumb and the pinky tips of the fingers, where the glove was inverted.
Okay, so if I understand, it's just the opposite side of the glove?
Correct.
Did you at any point, however, well, let me ask you this first. While the glove was in this condition, the condition in which you were given it, did you do any testing?
After the image was taken, I placed the glove under a low power microscope, we call it a stereo microscope. And I examined the glove for the presence of any hairs and fibers, principally. Also, could there be any evidence on it of a dried residue or a solid material of any kind that could be useful, potentially investigatively, or at a later stage for a comparison, the surface of the glove. And I recovered several small textile fibers on a piece of tape and isolated that.
Okay. Did you at any point locate anything else on this glove of evidentiary value?
Well, as part of a subsequent examination, when I removed pieces of the tape, I noticed that there was a whitish residue in addition to the fibers recovered. And so I removed part of that residue to determine what the white residue might be and determined that they were starch grains. So that indicated to me that it supplemented the fact that I believe that the glove was inside out because it was evidence that it was a powder glove.
Okay. Now you've mentioned starch. To be clear, is that a particular, obviously we've all heard of starch, but is that a particular substance that you can look at under the microscope and identify these small particles are in fact starch?
Yes, starch has a very particular microscopic appearance.
And you talked about that indicated to you something about the glove. Explain to me why starch on this side that we're looking at of the glove would indicate to you that it was inside out, please?
Well, a manufacturer would starch the inside of the glove just to make the glove easier to place onto the hand.
Okay. Did you, and obviously we're going to look at that in a second, but did you notice any of those starch materials on the inverse side of the glove once you flipped it inside out?
I did not.
You talked about some fibers, I believe that was the term you used. Sitting here today, can you tell this jury what those fibers actually were?
I did not make any detailed notes of what the fibers were. They were small, typical kind of fibers you expect from clothing type items. So they were not carpet fibers or something that could have been of immediate use investigatively. So if a comparison were to be done later, then those items could be retained back out and it could be part of a comparison. If they were there in a large number of the same type, color, and appearance, then perhaps I would have made some note of that, because maybe that could have been useful investigatively.
In this particular case, though, were there a large number of those fibers?
No.
In this case, are you familiar with how long after the murder occurred someone was arrested?
I am not.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If you, in this case, lifted fibers in 2005 and the person who was arrested for the murder wasn't arrested in 2017, based on your 30 years of experience, are you likely to have anything to compare those fibers to 12 years later?
Well, without any ability to identify a potential source, there could be any number of potential sources in terms of clothing that long after the fact. It would be very difficult.
Okay. What about, and again, I know you can't tell us for certain, but with the fibers you would expect to see from a blanket or a quilt, could those be similar to what you would expect to see from clothing, the fiber clothing?
It can't say it's not possible, but that would not be typical.
Okay. Now, moving on to State's Exhibit 150, can you tell the jury what we are looking at there?
So this was the side of the glove that with the discolorations after I had turned the gloves proper side out. So they were received in an inside out condition, and I inverted them back into their original correct position so that I could also examine that side of the glove for evidence as well.
And is this a picture of that?
It is.
And then finally, looking at State's Exhibit 152, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
So this is the glove which I had marked as side B. So this would have been the non-discolored side after the gloves were placed into their original condition, that is turning the inside out, inside out.
Other than the items we've talked about, that being the few fibers and the starch, did you locate any other trace evidence on the glove?
There were no hairs on either side of the glove, inside or outside, and I did not note any other physical evidence that seemed to be pertinent from a trace evidence standpoint.
Now, as technical leader, moving from your job as a microanalyst to technical leader, were you involved, and I don't want to go into what other people said, but were you involved in discussions about how this particular glove was going to be analyzed with latent prints versus biology?
I did. After I received a call from Gary Rothwell en route to the laboratory, I informed him that I would contact the DNA unit and the latent print unit and would attempt to coordinate what would happen after my examination was done, find out what type of procedures, where would the evidence go, what would be the flow of the evidence after I was complete with my examination.
And after you completed your examination, what did you do with the glove, if anything?
Well, I resealed the glove and transferred the glove to a Philip Prater person in the latent prints unit.
And who is Philip Prater? And you just said where he worked, but can you tell me who that is, please?
He's a laboratory technician with the latent print unit.
Okay. Trying to find the best place to cut this. For record purposes, Judge, this has been marked as State's Exhibit 170. I'm going to show you an item that I just removed from item 170, labeled as 170A. Can you take a look at that for me, please?
Yes,
Do you recognize that particular item?
I do. This was the original container that the evidence was submitted in.
And how do you recognize that particular item?
Well, it contains the label that we discussed earlier from the laboratory, the official 2005-1025070 label. It also has my initials and date on a seal that I placed after my examination.
Your Honor, at this time, I will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection, Mr. Merchant? That's submitted without objection. Thank you.
In addition to your label at the bottom, do you see if anyone else has opened this bag after you sealed it back up? Are you able to tell?
There is an additional seal on top of my seal.
Okay, and what are the initials of that seal?
Appears to be a PP.
PP. Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Merchant?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Merchant. I represent Ryan Duke.
Yes.
Good to see you today. So as I understand it, the only thing you did with the glove was to pull fibers and hair off it, or to look for fibers and hair on the glove?
That was a common source of investigation would be hairs and fibers because it's a common transfer material.
But your role with the glove was limited to looking for hair and fiber.
Well, it was trace evidence that might be meaningful, which typically would start with hair and fiber, but it could be other material.
In terms of your conclusions, the only thing you looked at in this particular case was hair and fiber.
The only thing I recovered were several fibers.
Okay. You didn't do any DNA testing on it?
I did not.
Okay. You're not going to have any conclusions about DNA?
No.
How about fingerprints? Did you anything with fingerprints on the glove?
No, just coordinating those services.
And you don't have any opinions or conclusions about whether or not there are fingerprints on the glove?
Correct.
All right. And your conclusion was that there were fibers on the glove, but that they were of no evidentiary value?
Nothing of apparent useful value at the moment.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Any reason this witness shouldn't be excused, Mr. Merchant?
No.
Ms. Hart?
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go, but you'll be released at this time. The only thing I'll ask of you is don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Call your next witness.
Can I call Philip Prater to the stand?
Okay. No. Good afternoon. Is this Mr. Prater? Good. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you so much. Please be seated and give your attention to Ms. Hart there.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
My name is Philip Prater, and I work for Georgia Bureau Investigation Crime Lab in Latent Division.
And you kind of have a soft voice, so I'm going to need you to speak up a little bit for me. You said you work at the crime lab in what area?
In Latent Division.
Okay. And in the latent print division, what is your job?
I'm a latent print tech.
Okay. What does a latent print tech do?
Well, we get evidence from the examiner and we examine it. Not examine it, but we work with work with the examiner to figure out how's the best way of getting the best results.
Okay. So now, to be clear, are you trained to actually look at fingerprints or palm prints and say this is of comparison value?
No, I'm not.
Do you work with the person who does that, though?
Yes.
Now, do you have any training as it relates to what techniques can be used to attempt to lift these latent prints?
Can you repeat that question one
Yes.
more time, please?
Are you familiar with what techniques or things that can be used to attempt to lift these latent prints or to make them more visible?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what are some of the techniques or things that you use in order to try and assist the latent print examiner in finding those prints?
Well, we have super glue that we use to put in a chamber, and we heat it up and super glue appears onto the evidence, and that's one of the techniques. And another technique that we use dye staining. Dye stain the evidence and see can we get any type of result from that.
Thank you. Now I'll direct your attention to 2005. I'm going to use that in just a second. Sorry, yes. I want to direct your attention to 2005. Were you working at the crime lab in 2005?
Yes, I was.
And in what capacity were you working at the crime lab in 2005?
Latent print tech.
And did you have an occasion in this particular case to examine any items of evidence for potential fingerprints or any prints?
Not examined.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to work with an examiner to attempt to try and see if you could get any information or you could find latent prints? The examiner could find them?
Yes.
Okay. May I first witness, Judge? Sure. I'm going to show you what have been marked as state's exhibits 153 through 166. Ask you to take a look at each of those for me, please. And tell me if you, after you've had a chance to look at those, tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, I recognize these.
You do recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And as to each of those exhibits, are they true and accurate depictions of the glove as it existed during the time that you were assisting the latent print examiner?
Yes, some pictures that I remember, yes, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender into evidence state's exhibits 153 through 165.
165?
166.
166. Thank you, Mr. Merchant. Those be admitted without any objection.
Okay. Let's start looking at State's Exhibit 153. And are you able to see that on the screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in that particular picture?
Okay, the picture that I have shown here, I took a medial picture of the evidence. I took it out the bag and placed it onto the table and took a picture of the glove that I received it in.
Okay. Now you indicated you took it out of the bag. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit 170A. Ask you to take a look at that for me, please. And can you tell me if you've ever seen that bag before?
My initials on here, so
Okay.
yes.
And given that your initials are on there, what would that mean to you about that particular bag?
That I open the bag and I initial it once I'm done.
Okay. So when we see PP here on the bag, would that be where you have resealed the bag after you were done with it?
That's correct.
Now, at some point, and I don't want to go into what anyone specifically told you, but at some point, was a decision made that this particular glove would be cut into pieces?
We kind of find out what the best result will give for the each division, for the biology division and even the latent print division. So the glove, to get contact DNA on the glove and latent prints, we figure out that the glove has to be cut so they won't interfere with each other.
Okay. And was this glove cut?
Yes,
Who cut this glove into pieces?
I did.
I'm going to put 154 on the screen. Can you describe to the jury what we're seeing in this particular picture?
Okay, what you have here, what shown here on this image here, the gloves that I cut the fingers and I nubbin them to each position on the glove, and I cut off the middle portion of the glove, separate from the base of the glove, and the middle of the glove is the indication that that's goes into biology degree. We're into biology.
Okay, so I didn't ask you this before, but to be clear, this picture that we saw earlier of the glove, is it going to be the same side that, I'm asking this poorly, did you turn this glove inside out after it was given to you from Larry Peterson?
No, I did not.
Okay, so would this be in the same condition as what Larry Peterson gave it to you?
Yes.
So then going back to State's Exhibit 154, again, the portions that we see labeled on the outside, is that what would have been on the outside when you received it from Larry Peterson?
Well, once an examiner gets the glove, they examine it as a whole, make sure nothing that I cut into or anything like that. They look at it and examine it, and when they say it's good to the cut, then I cut it.
Okay, but did you turn it inside out before you cut it?
No, I did not.
Now, you talked about some of the pieces, and you referenced a middle piece. Would that be what we're looking at here?
Yes.
And with your hand, can you show the jury, just so it's clear to them, what portion of the hand that portion of the glove would have been from?
I don't know if it's right hand or left hand, but the portion of it came right here in the middle, right here.
And what did you say occurred to that piece that was in the middle of the glove? Where did it go?
To biology.
And then what about the pieces that we see of the fingers that you numbered and also the palm area? What happened to those?
The fingers that I have numbered here is indication from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the base of the glove that stayed in latent prints.
Okay. So when you say they stayed in latent prints, did you do further work with them?
Yes, I did.
In this particular case, did you use any of those methods or techniques that we talked about earlier to try and make the prints more visible?
Yes, I did use technique.
And what techniques did you use?
Once an examiner looked at the gloves, he, well, at that time, with Tim Small, he looked at the gloves and he told me, okay, you can go ahead and fume it. After he looked at it from doing his visual.
Okay. Now, when you say fume it, what do you mean? What does that mean to you?
Use super glue.
Okay. And did that occur in this case?
Yes.
Were there any other techniques used other than the super glue to try and lift any prints from this particular item?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 155 on the screen. Sorry. And can you tell the jury what they're looking at in State's 155?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mary, look at my notes.
Of course.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay. By looking at this image here, that we process it and we cut it a little bit more to get it to lay out to look at the prints, and marked it on there to show where we want a photograph of.
Okay. Why is it now a different color?
We use rotamine, that's a dye stain.
You use what?
Rotamine.
Okay. And is that different than the super glue you just talked about?
Yes.
So what's the point of using that dye stain?
That dye stain right there, that is a fluorescent dye stain. It's a fluorescent when you put a light source. And the type of light source that I used was, what we used was 525 nanometer.
Okay. And again, is that something that is commonly used in your field to attempt to be able to identify these, what we call latent prints.
Yes.
Now, the next few exhibits that we're going to look at, I don't need to necessarily know what portion of the glove they come from, okay? But I do want to talk about them just generally. So looking at 156, and if you know what portion it comes from, that's fine. But 156, is this, can you tell the jury, is this a portion of that same glove?
Well, I do not know for sure, but it is the glove that is marked with my initials on there.
Okay. And then again, states 157. What are we looking at there?
That's a glove, that's the palm of the glove
Okay.
that is marked as well on my initials.
158.
That's another area of the fingerprint glove.
Okay. 159.
That's another area of the fingerprint glove.
160. You back it up some.
Yeah, I'm not we got it zoomed in, so I really can't say where it's from, but it's marked with my initials.
Okay. And then states 161.
That's the area of the palm with my initials.
162.
That's another area of the glove.
Okay. This is 163.
That's another area of the glove.
And 164.
That's another area of the one of the one of the fingers.
Sorry. To be clear, would y'all be, once you cut it, are you going to look at both sides of the glove?
That's correct.
Okay. So could some of these pictures be the opposite side of the other picture?
Yes, it could be.
States 165.
That's another area of the palm.
And I apologize, I interrupted you.
Yeah, that's okay.
And then states 166. What would that be?
That's another area of glove is the finger.
Okay. Now, once this is done, once you've used the super glue and the dye stain, and these pictures are taken, do you have any further interaction with this glove, or at that point is it turned over to latent print examiner?
It turns over to the latent print examiner.
Okay. And in this particular case, who was the latent print examiner?
Tim Small.
No, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Mr. Merchant, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any reason Mr. Prater shouldn't be excused to go on about his business?
No, Your Honor.
Good
Yes,
deal.
excuse.
All right, Mr. Prater, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you want to do. You'll be released at this time. The only thing I'll ask is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury today with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
All right.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness.
Under state calls Timothy Small.
Sure. confirm the evidence you're gonna provide during this trial is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good deal. Thank you so much. Please be seated. If you'll give your attention to Mr. Rigby there, he'll direct your testimony.
If you'll introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Timothy John Small. I currently am the Assistant Laboratory Director for the U.S. Postal Inspection Service Forensics Laboratory.
And if you will, for the court report, if you'll spell your first, middle, and last name for the court report, please.
First name, Timothy. Middle name, John, John. Last name is Schmahl.
And Mr. Small, you said you were currently employed with the U.S. Postal Service, is that right?
Yeah, Postal Inspection Service. Yes.
Postal Inspection Service. And how long have you been employed with the Postal Inspection Service?
Since October of 2020.
Now, what do you do for the U.S. Postal Inspection Service?
I'm the Assistant Laboratory Director over the Fingerprint APHIS unit.
And you've been doing that now for a little over a year or so?
About a year and a half, yes.
Year and a half. Prior to working for the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, how were you employed before that?
I was with the Houston Forensic Science Center. I was the manager of their latent print section for 6.5 years.
And when you say Houston, where are you talking about?
Houston, Texas.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to 2005, specifically in October and following of 2005. How were you employed in 2005?
I was a forensic latent print examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And so when did you begin your work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab?
It was September of 2005.
So when you did analysis in this case, how long had you been with the GBI?
I believe my report said November, so that would have been about 2.5 months, maybe.
All right. Now, prior to working with the GBI for those 2.5 months in 2005, if you'll give the jury the benefit of your training experience and allow you to do your job as a latent print examiner, please.
Yes, for 2005.
I'm going to try that at this point. Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to being employed by the GBI, I started and ran the crime scene unit for the Griffin, Georgia Police Department. During my tenure there, running the crime scene unit for 5 years, I started taking classes. I had to do fingerprint comparisons. And Luke Wenday, who was the manager of the GBI section at the time, I would do comparisons, and he was mentoring me basically, and I would send him my comparison results, but I would still send the final evidence up to GBI, and he would confirm or refute. Basically, they would work the case all the way through. They'd have a primary examiner, examine it, and then have a secondary verifier either agree or disagree with their findings, and they would issue a final report. So at the time, I wasn't issuing reports to my identifications. I was still technically kind of in training under Lou informally, and then I was offered a position with GBI in, like I said, September 2005. So.
And what kind of training, I know you mentioned being mentored by those in the GBI lab section, what kind of training do they do with you to prepare you for that, in addition to the other with Griffin Police Department as well?
Yes, there's a whole, the whole training program. I was in an accelerated program because I came to GBI with experience, comparison experience. I had to learn the whole biological aspects of friction ridge skin, as it's formally called, of your fingers. And then also comparison techniques and things of that nature. So learn about the history of fingerprints, where it started, key authors throughout the history of fingerprints, things of that nature. So.
And if you will, give the jury the benefit of kind of what is a fingerprint and how a fingerprint is left behind.
A fingerprint is basically, it's a chance reproduction of the friction.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Mr. Merchant.
I'll try to speak up, Judge. We object to this line of questioning. It's outside the scope of the summary that the state provided, and it's outside the scope of his written reports.
Well, I don't have the benefit of the reports here, but I'll hear from you.
Judge, we provided Mr. Small's CV, his curriculum vitae, for all of his experience that's provided before. He's testifying about his reports where he was a latent print examiner back in 2005, and it's a subject report. He has to know what a fingerprint is. It's part of all encompassing of that very thing.
Anything further? Mr. Ford, I'm gonna overrule that objection. Thank you. Go ahead.
And Mr. Small, with regard to that, you've had experience since 2005 as a fingerprint examiner as well, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And you're still currently employed, have you always been employed since 2005 in some part of latent print examination?
That's correct.
All right. Now, with regard to that, let's talk generally about fingerprints. What is a fingerprint?
Right. A fingerprint, it's like I said, it's a chance reproduction of the friction ridges that are found on the palms of your hands, fingers, and the soles of your feet. You know, depending on you touching things, the residues left on the friction ridges of the raised area of the skin left behind you can actually develop a fingerprint. A latent print is technically an invisible print that needs some kind of enhancement, either chemically or physically, such as black powder or chemical enhancement.
So if you actually look on something and see a print on something, what's that called?
That's called patent print.
Right. So if there's an invisible print and you use something to actually develop it and see it, what is that called?
At that point, it's technically a patent print, but we still refer to them as latent prints because we actually use the medium to actually visualize it, make it visible to the naked eye.
And what kind of medium do you use to make a fingerprint more visible? What are the options? Judge, I would tender him as an expert in fingerprint analysis. A formal tender is not required by the rules, but I will formally tender him as a
All right, any objection or board eye?
No objection as to his current qualifications, Judge, but I just want to make sure that he had been tendered so that I can make the appropriate objection as the scope of his opinion.
All right, he's tendered and there's no objection to his expert field of fingerprint.
Latent print examination.
Latent print examination. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you recall with Mr. Peterson, who was here a few minutes ago, he was tendered and accepted as an expert in trace evidence analysis. This, Mr. Small's field is latent print examination. Expert witnesses can give their opinions based on things as opposed to lay witnesses who generally are not authorized to give opinions. Give his testimony whatever weight and credibility you believe it's entitled to, okay? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rigby.
What options do you have to develop a latent print?
There's a whole slew of options. Depends on the substrate that you're actually dealing with, which is basically what's the item made of that you're actually dealing with. There's two primary surface types or evidence types in latent print. That's porous evidence and non-porous evidence. A non-porous piece of evidence is if you imagine taking a drop of water and say on this tabletop, drop that drop of water on the tabletop. This seems varnished, so I don't think the drop's going to actually soak in. It's going to rest on the surface until basically either it evaporates or something comes along to actually wipe it off the surface and destroys the print. So a non-porous item with a latent print resting on it, that's a very fragile print because that print is basically just resting on the surface. A porous piece of evidence, that's actually the best piece of evidence to actually try and develop a print from, because if you take that same drop of water and imagine a piece of paper, you drop that drop of water on the paper, it's going to rest on the surface and it's slowly going to sink into the paper and be absorbed. Same concept with the latent print residue. It's going to rest on the surface and it's going to slowly absorb into the porous substrate and be locked in there until some kind of chemical is actually applied to it. So in order to develop porous substrates, there's a number of chemicals out there. The main ones that are used in the field or in use now in laboratories is a chemical called indane-dione. Also, there's another chemical called DFO that, and then you actually have to use a sequential processing when you process something because it's been found through research that you have to apply one chemical before you can go to the next chemical. You can't go out of order. So with indane-dione, it's generally not visible to the naked eye. You have to apply an alternate light source or various wavelengths of light and use a bandpass filter that filters out some of the reflection that comes back. And so those prints are actually fluorescent. And so if you can get those, you photograph those, you capture those photographically, pardon me. The next chemical you use is a chemical called ninhydrin. Ninhydrin reacts with amino acids in the prints and it stains the prints purple, so it's a visible reaction. For a non-porous surface, generally we start off with a visual exam with alternate light source because sometimes you can have an inherent luminescent print where some of the properties within the print are actually fluorescent on their own. It's rare, but it does happen. So you always do a visual on it. Generally next, we go to the workhorse, which is superglue fuming. Cyanoacrylate ester is the official name of superglue. Superglue is heated up in a humidity chamber, and basically the superglue fumes adhere to the print residue that's resting on the surface. It actually polymerizes. So it basically forms a hard crust on top of the print, and it helps one protect it, and also you can also visualize it then, because it was like an off-white color. Especially if you have a light colored background, sometimes it's hard to see. So then you move on to your dye stains. There's a number of dye stains out there. The majority, the big dye stain that is used out there is R6G, Rhodaman 6G. Typically, it basically just stains the superglue fumes, basically. It needs some type of a carrier to be applied to the print. So typically it'll be a methanol or a water-based. There's also I'm drawing a blank. Acetone. Acetone is recommended for using on cardboard because it helps develop the print better. So those are just a number of chemicals that are out there, and those are the main ones that are used at the laboratories that I've worked at. So.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as state's exhibits. (126) through 132, and ask if you'll have a look at those, please, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Are you familiar with those items?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those items?
It's my handwriting across the top, and it also has my initials on each latent lift card.
And with regard to each of these latent lift cards being states exhibits 126 through 132, that your initials with regard to is on each of those items, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And were you asked to do an examination with regard to those cards?
Yes, I was.
All right, and if you'll tell us about that, please.
Typically, when latent lifts are submitted in, the first step in the process is to analyze the latent prints. We're looking for features contained within the prints themselves, such as, first we're looking at we're evaluating the quality of the prints and the quantity of the features that are inside the prints. If the quantity is not there, then we determine, and we don't think basically it can be used for comparison, then we'll call it no value. If there's enough features contained within the print, which is referred to as minutiae, which is, it has two main things. That's a bifurcation and ending ridges on your fingers. Bifurcation, if you can imagine basically a wishbone. A print is flowing along and it splits just like a wishbone. Ending ridge, that's just what it is. It's an ending ridge. It's flowing along, it just stops. So those are the main things that we're looking for. And that's a level 2 detail, but we're also looking for distortion within the print. As I refer to the quantity of detail in there, we're looking at the quality as well. Generally, we don't work with pristine prints because generally someone doesn't just put their hand down on something and take it back up. There's twisting, there's shearing motion, so we have to take that into account also when we're analyzing the prints. So a print can have a lot of detail, but basically the print itself, there's so much distortion that you can't really call it a value. So.
Now, with regard to these items, were you able to develop prints of, let me just talk about that first. You said prints of value. Can you describe the difference between a print of value and a print that doesn't have value?
Right, a print that we determine that is of value for comparison purpose, that we've determined that basically there's enough information contained within that print that if you're comparing, you can compare that to an actual fingerprint card, a record. So.
And then if they didn't have value, then you wouldn't be able, it wouldn't be sufficient to compare to anyone.
Correct.
I sustain that objection.
What would no value mean?
No value means you cannot use the print for comparison purposes to anybody.
Now, with regard to these items, States Exhibits 126 through 132 that you examined in November of, this would, I think, be January of 2006, were you able to determine prints of value from those cards?
Yes, various latent lift cards have prints of value on there, and it's indicated by a V and then a dash with a numerical indicator indicating how many prints were actually determined to be of value on each individual card.
Now, were you asked to compare those to various persons through the course of your through your examination?
Yes, I was.
All right. With regard, I'm going to be specific. You had probably a long list of persons and cards to compare to. Is that right?
Yes, if I recall correctly, yes.
All right. And did you compare those prints to a Heath Dykes?
I can't recall.
Okay. If I show you your report, would that assist you in that?
Yes, if I see an official report that I did a comparison, yes. This report is just stating that I determined there was prints of value. There wasn't a comparison on this one.
My apologies. I was looking at this case, the list up there.
Oh, okay.
So there were no, in that regard, that was not listed on this report. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
My apologies. Now, I want to direct your attention to another item, which is showing you States Exhibit 154.
Okay.
That's the good look at that, please, sir. Are you familiar with States Exhibit 154?
Yes, I am.
And what is States 154?
It's a photograph of an image of a latex glove that's been sectioned apart. The 5 fingers have been taken apart, individually labeled 1 through 5, and those are generally referenced to the finger number on a 10-print record. Your right thumb is generally a number 1, index finger is number 2, so that's why the label is 1 through 5. The interdigital area, which would be this area of the palm here, is...
I'm going to display it on the screen.
Okay.
So that way when you're talking about it, they can see it. All right, so I have States Exhibit 155 on the screen. If you'll tell us about that, please.
Yes, right below the fingers, you'll have a section of the glove that would have been in the interdigital area, right below the fingers. That's been sectioned out, which is this area right here. And then the bottom piece is the full palm of the glove. So.
And were you asked to do an examination of the glove and this portions of the glove?
Yes.
All right, and who is Philip Prater? Do you know him?
Yes, I know Philip.
And who is Mr. Prater?
Philip is the processing technician at GBI, Georgia Burn Investigation. Typically, how it worked back then is his office was right across all his processing laboratory. We had the option of processing our own evidence as examiners, but generally we would let Philip process the evidence. Philip would actually, he would consult with us if he actually developed something on it. He would come over across the hall, he would grab me and say, hey, will you come look at this? So I'd get out, come around, I was like, yeah, we need to photograph that, or no, it's no good, just keep moving.
Now, in 2005, when these things were examined, how was the photography done? Did Mr. Prater do the photography at that point?
No, we did not. There was an actual photography unit that we'd send it over to the photographer, and we'd have areas specifically marked that we needed the photographs of. So.
Now, with regard to the item that's there on the screen,
which is State's Exhibit 154, were you asked to do an analysis on that item?
Yes.
Now, did you, when you were doing the analysis on that, what analysis did you do on those items? I guess I should say it that way first.
At each stage of the processing, basically, I would examine the evidence and let Philip know, yep, keep going, or basically send it for photography.
Okay. And what kind of processing did y'all do for these items?
I believe standard practice, it generally do visual. I'm not sure if we did that back then. But this was superglue viewed. I believe nothing was seen on the after the superglue fuming, and a dye stain was applied. So.
Okay. And I'm going to show you on the screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. Is the dye stain depicted in this particular photograph?
Yes.
And how is it depicted in this photograph?
It's a purplish reddish color. That's R6G. That's actually stains the latent prints. But you can also have background staining as well.
And with regard to the items with regard that are on the screen there before you, can you tell us the results of your analysis regarding those items, please?
As they appear here?
Yes, sir.
There, it was determined that there was no visible prints.
Okay. And then what did you do from there?
Philip would have superglued it, and I would have came back and viewed it, and I don't believe there was any prints developed with superglue, and so we moved on to a dye stain.
All right, so you did the first, what was the first comparison that you did?
Just examining the evidence, just determining if there was any friction ridges visible there, without having any kind of processing at all.
And you didn't see any at that point?
No.
So you did the second stage, which was what?
Superglue fuming.
And were you able to see anything at that point?
No.
And what did you do third?
Philip applied the R6G dye stain, and there was friction ridges that were developed that I determined that, hey, let's send this for photography so we further analyze these prints.
When you say friction ridges were seen, tell me what you mean by friction ridges.
Friction ridges, latent prints, had developed to where basically they could be visually seen under an alternate light source.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes.
All right. And once you had done this third stage and it was photographed, did you come back and analyze it again?
Yes, I analyzed the photographs. At that point, after R6G, all processing of evidence stopped as far as latent print goes, and then the photographs of the images that were captured of the developed latent prints, they were analyzed by me.
Right. And when you analyzed them there in 2005, what did you determine once it came back to you after that third stage?
I determined there was one latent palm print of value on the latex glove.
When you say a print of value, what does that mean?
I mean, it can be used for comparison purposes. There was enough detail developed within this palm print that if compared with the right candidate, that an identification could be effective.
Okay. And let's see. Now, in 2005, was the technology at the crime lab, was it the same as it would have been in 2017?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to that, let me ask you just a couple of things. Are you familiar with something called the DCS system?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
Excuse me. The DCS system is a proprietary system that was developed by Foster and Freeman. That's a forensics supply company. DCS is digital capture system. It basically integrated a software package into it where the DCS3, as it was being used back then, only had 3 different wavelengths of light, I believe. It was on a little push box, and it was LEDs. So it was new technology. It also had a photo enhancement software suite, but we had just got the system in, and we were still basically proficiency performance testing it and writing SOPs in order to use it for casework. You know, it wouldn't be able to be used for casework at that point.
All right. Now, with regard to that, has that system been updated since 2005?
Yes, it has.
All right. And also specifically, are you familiar with something called AFIX, a computer system developed called AFIX?
Yes, I believe it's AFIX Tracker, as it's called.
All right. And at 2005, when you were doing your testing, was that used with the GBI when you were doing this testing?
No, it was not.
Your Honor, that's all I had.
Okay, any cross for Mr. Small? Mr. Murphy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Small. My name's John Merchant. I represent Mr. Duke. You and I have talked before, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in this case, your sole job was to determine whether or not there was a print that could be viewed closely enough to analyze for comparison.
Correct, yeah. I was determining if the latent print was of value. If we developed any latent prints, if they were actually of value, so you could actually compare it or not.
You didn't do any comparison yourself.
No, I did not.
At the time that you did your analysis on the glove, how long had you been at the GBI?
I think 2.5 months.
So that meant you were being supervised by a senior examiner?
Correct.
And that senior examiner reviewed all of your work
That's correct.
and reviewed your conclusions?
That's correct, yes.
And the examiner in this case agreed with your conclusion that there was one latent print of value?
I don't believe that examiner viewed the actual print.
But agreed with your conclusion?
Yes.
When we spoke in 2019, you said latent print science is a subjective conclusion based on the totality of the circumstances. Do you still agree with that?
Yes.
And you told me the science is subjective. The examiners have to use their brain. Is that true in your
Correct.
view?
Yes.
Would you agree it's generally harder to get prints, usable prints off porous surfaces?
No, it's actually the opposite.
Okay. How about a latex glove? Would it be harder to get a print off a latex glove than, say, a countertop?
It depends.
The substrate itself makes it difficult to pull a print off, does it not?
True, yes.
And the process that you used, you had to use 3 separate processes in order to be able to see enough of a print to photograph it. Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Merchant. Any follow-up, Mr. Rigby?
Just very quick. With regard to your analysis and finding the latent print, you talked about using photographs, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And the photographs you used, were they color or black and white?
All the photographs that I've been shown from back then are color photographs.
With regard to looking for and developing latent prints, does it make a difference whether the photo is color and black and white, or color or black and white?
Yes, actually it does. Latent print examiners, for the majority, operate in a grayscale area. When I say grayscale, generally it's practiced nowadays to, if you photograph a print and it's in color, you're going to use, say, a general program like Photoshop. And you're going to grayscale that image. And also, if you grayscale an image, it could be, you could have white ridges on a dark background. you would have to reverse the color there in order to have black ridges on a lighter background. So using photo enhancement software, you can better enhance prints to basically tease out more of the detail that basically you wouldn't be able to see using a color photograph. So,
So which would be better to look at, black and white or color?
black and white, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
We follow up with questions.
Based on that, you understand that Jesse Worley, another examiner at GBI, reached a different conclusion about the number of usable or suitable latent prints, correct?
That's correct.
And
100%.
she reached a different conclusion in terms of finding more, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
She found 3, whereas you found 1.
Correct, yes.
And I know we talked about this in 2019, but back then, and I want to know if you still agree, as you analyzed the glove, you had no idea what the original outside of the glove was, correct?
You could tell.
But you didn't know for certain, correct?
Not 100% certain, no.
Okay. And you didn't make any findings or conclusions as to what was the original outside of the glove as part of your work?
It was the entire glove as a whole, both inside and outside, I guess.
Right, and by the time you got it, it was cut?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, back up.
Mr. Smalley, when the defense attorney cut you off, you said you could tell which was the outside of the inside glove. Is that
Judge,
right?
I object. He's characterizing my questioning. I think we don't need to do that.
I was directing him back to the answer he was giving, and I needed to do that how it said.
All right, I would rule that objection. Go ahead.
When you were saying you could tell, talking about the glove, tell me what you meant by that.
Looking at it, that particular glove type, not all latex gloves, but certain light colored latex gloves, as the hand sweats inside the glove, you're going to see discoloring on the glove. As in the photograph that's on the screen, you can actually see that visible discoloring. So if the discoloring is darker on one side of the glove and it's not dark on the other side, then not 100%, but I'm pretty certain that the discoloring was the actual interior of the glove.
And as we discussed earlier, at the time that you examined and found one palm print, how long had you been with the GBI at that time?
2.5 months.
And you were working with different technology than Ms. Worley would have worked with in 2017, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's it.
All right, another shot, Mr.
Just one question. Sir, were they the same photographs that were taken? If Ms. Worley used the same photographs you used?
I do not know.
Objection, speculation.
All right. Any reason Mr. Small shouldn't be excused to go on about his business from the state? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Small. I'm going to excuse you at this time. The only thing I'm going to ask, please don't discuss the testimony you've given here today to this jury with any other witness in the case until the case is over, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right, good. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, y'all ready for the first break of the afternoon? I see about 7 hands going up. All right, if y'all will please step to the jury room. We'll be right back with you about 10 minutes. Tell the jury if they want to bring water out here while they're welcome to, just not Coca-Colas and stuff. All right, be in recess about 10 minutes. Thank you. right, both sides ready for the jury? Okay, thank y'all. Ask the jury to join us, please, Ms. Watkins. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Hart. Mr. Weathersby, is that right? Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Come on down right there, please. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Yes, sir.
Give your attention to Ms. Hart. She'll direct your testimony.
You should introduce yourself to our jury, please.
My name is Special Agent Franklin Liedell Weathersby.
And how are you, call yourself a special agent, where do you work?
I work at the Region 13 office of GBI at Perry, Georgia.
What do you do at that office in Perry, Georgia?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Can you tell our jury what is a crime scene specialist?
I go to crime scenes and I document them for court.
And can you tell us what sort of training and experience you have to be able to do that job?
Well, I'm a certified police officer. And then I went to a 17-week GBI school to become a special agent. And then I went to a specialized 10-week school called the National Forensic Academy. It's up at the University of Tennessee, also known as Body Forum. I've also had another 4,800 hours worth of specialized training to be a crime scene specialist.
And how long have you actually been working as a crime scene specialist at the GBI?
For over 18 years.
And how much of that time have you been at the Perry office?
All of it as a crime scene specialist, but 22 years total at the Perry office.
So what did you do before you were a crime scene specialist?
I was a drug agent at a local drug task force, the Oconee Drug Task Force, and I did narcotics work and undercover work.
Now, directing your attention to October 24th of 2005, were you working in the Perry office at that time?
I was.
Normally, would you have been the crime scene specialist who would report to any potential crime scenes in Osceola, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
However, did you handle the crime scene in this case?
I did not.
Do you, sitting here, remember why you didn't handle the crime scene in this case?
I was off because it was an opening weekend of deer season.
Okay. Now, however, throughout the years, have you had some involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, specifically, I want to direct your attention, was there ever a time in which you were at the home or the residence of Tara Grinstead after she went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an occasion to collect any evidence from her residence?
I did.
This is going to be state 178.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize states 178?
I do.
How do you recognize states 178?
It's got my writing on it, has our case number, the date, time it's collected, the evidence receipt number, and my initials on the seal.
And from where did you collect that particular piece of evidence?
It was collected in the bathroom of Tara Grinsted's residence.
And is there more than one item inside that particular bag?
There is.
What other items did you collect from her residence in her bathroom specifically?
It was a toothbrush and 2 separate razors.
What was the purpose of collecting a toothbrush and razors from her bathroom?
To try to ascertain anything with Tara's DNA on it.
And why did you need to collect Ms. Grinstead's DNA at that point?
So if we would have an exemplar to go by if we ever located Ms. Grinstead.
And do you know the date on which that particular item was collected?
Yes, on 10/31 of 2005.
Now, after you collected it, what did you do with it?
It was maintained in my custody till I got back to my office in Perry and placed in the GBI Region 13 evidence room.
This particular bag that we're looking at, was it sealed?
It was.
And who sealed it originally?
I did.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and my badge number and the date and time I sealed, or the date I sealed it.
Okay. And why is it written across the red tape?
So you can't move the tape and match it back up with another piece of tape.
Now, does it appear that this bag has been opened at any point since the time that you sealed it?
It does.
And looking at that, can you tell me, are you able to tell us where it appears that bag was opened?
Believe it would have been, I can't tell the initials, but it's got a date of 6/14/15,
Okay.
possibly at the lab or at the DA's office.
Other than that particular, that's been opened, the seal, is it in the same condition?
It is.
And that particular opening, is that obviously separate from where you sealed it?
It is.
I'm also going to show you what. I'm also going to show you it's the Mart Estates 179 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is a buccal swab kit, and it has my initials on it.
And from whom was that buccal swab collected?
Marcus Harper.
And after you collected that buccal swab, what did you do with it?
It was placed in this kit, sealed, has my initials and the date, and it's placed in the Region 13 evidence room.
Does it appear that has been opened at any time since you sealed it?
It does.
And after it was put in the evidence room, would that have been submitted to the crime lab?
It would have been.
Other than the one indication that it's been opened at some point, does it appear in the same condition as when you sealed it?
It does.
And just again, so we're clear, we're using the word buccal swab. What exactly is a buccal swab?
It's just a long wooden Q-tip swab that is used to collect cells from inside someone's mouth, which has to do, that's where buccal comes from, has to do with mouth.
In this particular case, how did you come to be collecting Marcus Harper's buccal swabs? Did you have a search warrant for that?
No.
Then how were you able to collect his buccal swabs?
They were given to me by consent.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, did you have an occasion to assist in or execute some search warrants as well?
I did.
And during the collection or the execution of those search warrants, at this point, did you obtain anything that you know to be of evidentiary value in this case?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Murphy, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent. How are you?
Afternoon.
We spoke previously, do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and you insisted on having a member of the district attorney's office present when we spoke?
I don't know if I insisted, but I did have a member of this attorney's office present.
And you collected, I believe, 50 swabs of suspected blood from Ms. Grinstead's vehicle, is that correct?
No.
That is not correct.
I and another person with the Warner Robins Police Department collected 50 swabs from the vehicle.
Okay. And you don't, so what part of that is incorrect? That it was suspected blood?
That it was suspected blood.
Okay. And did you collect 51 control swabs?
They did, yes.
Okay. And did you collect 29 possible DNA swabs?
Yes,
And 10 tape lifts from the vehicle?
we did.
Okay. May I approach, Judge? I'm showing you an email from December 22nd, 2005. If you could take a look at that, let me know if it refreshes your memory about my question regarding suspected blood.
Yes.
Thank you. So let me ask you again. Did you collect 50 swabs of suspected blood?
I collected 50 swabs, some of which may have been suspected blood. I don't know how many of them were.
Okay. And when you were at the home on October 31st, and you did the luminescence, you did not find any evidence of blood in the home, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And another report, you indicated that you had a box of 117 swabs that you collected from the vehicle. Does that sound accurate?
Yes.
And once you collected all those 117 swabs, do you know what happened to them?
They are still, as far as I know, still in the evidence room.
Still in the evidence room. Okay. Do you have any knowledge of if they've been tested or not?
I know some were tested. I don't know how many.
Okay. And is that something that the tests are done at your request or at someone else's request?
Usually at the case agent's request.
Okay. And at the time, the case agent, it looks like was Dominic Turner. Does that sound right?
He was one that had been there, not at the time we processed the car. I think that was at a later date. He was the original case agent.
Okay. And at the time you processed the car, you said that it was pursuant to search warrant. The search warrant that you got was for evidence of the crime of kidnapping at that point, correct?
I'm not sure. It could be. I don't have my report in front of me, so I wouldn't know.
Looking at the warrant, help refresh your recollection.
Yes.
May I approach? Thank you.
Yes, it says kidnapping.
Okay. And so this warrant that was taken, December 6th, 2005. So that was after you had processed the residence on October 31st, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the time that this warrant was taken out, it was for the evidence of crime of kidnapping, not a homicide, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I do, just a couple questions. When you took that particular search, let me ask this differently first. In order to get a search warrant, can you just get a search warrant without a suspected crime?
No.
In this particular case, given that Ms. Grinstead was not at her home, that her phone was there, her dog and her cat were left, was there, in your opinion, sufficient probable cause that perhaps she had been kidnapped?
Yes.
Was there?
I overrule that again.
What was your response to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that based on the evidence you had then at the totality of those circumstances?
Yes.
And given what you know about the case now, if you were to take a search warrant, would you list that same crime?
No.
Now, I want to talk about the swabs that you took from the vehicle in this case. Do you know the date on which you swabbed, or which you conducted the search on Ms. Grinstead's vehicle?
It was over several days.
Okay.
But it was at the end of the year, like in December.
December of what year?
I believe 05, I'm not sure without review of
Do
my
you
report.
have any knowledge as to where Ms. Grinstead's car was from October 24th of 2005 until the date that you conducted your search warrant on it?
Only in so much that I went back to her house on the 31st and it was still there.
The 31st of
October.
Okay. Other than that, do you have any idea where that vehicle was in the meantime?
Not till it was towed to my office, and I don't remember what date that was.
Do you know what month that would have been in?
I believe it would have been in December, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many people would have been in and out of that vehicle from the time from October 24th of 2005 till the time you conducted your search warrant?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any idea who might have had keys to that vehicle from the time that she disappeared until the time your search warrant was conducted?
No, ma'am.
And have you at some point learned whether or not her neighbor actually wound up having that vehicle detailed for her?
Yes.
Do you know if that occurred before or after you conducted your search warrant?
It occurred before.
Okay. At the time that you conducted the search warrant, did you have knowledge that he had already detailed the vehicle?
Yes.
So why do you still go ahead and try and collect swabs if the vehicle's been detailed?
To do whatever we can to solve the case.
As it relates to that particular vehicle, do you have any knowledge how many people were in that vehicle when it was being detailed?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of who drove it to the place to get it detailed?
No.
Do you have any knowledge of who drove it back from the place to get it detailed?
No, ma'am.
And in this particular case, well, I guess let me ask you first. When people are trying to lift fingerprints, generally, what kind of, if it's latent prints, what kind of materials do you use to try to lift latent prints?
Well, when you're trying to lift physical prints, we usually use fingerprint powder and a brush.
Okay. Does that leave a mess?
It does.
Understanding you weren't present on October 24th, 2005, do you know if anyone attempted to get fingerprints on October 24th of 2005?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not that would have left a big mess in her vehicle?
Yes, it would have.
And when you got the vehicle after it had been detailed, was that mess still there?
No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right, any follow-up, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, the person that processed the vehicle on October 24th, was that Captain Anderson from Ben Hill, I'm sorry, Colonel Anderson from Ben Hill Police Department?
I believe he was, yes.
Okay, and so he processed the vehicle prior to it being detailed, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. I wasn't there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is that it?
Yes, Sean, thank you.
Agent, thank you for your testimony. You're welcome to stay, go. I'm gonna release you at this time. Only thing I'll ask is don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this afternoon with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks so much. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Lisa Hobgood, and while she's coming in, may we approach for just a moment?
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case. It's going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated there, and if you'll give your attention to Ms. Hart, she'll direct your testimony.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jury, please, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Lisa Hobgood. My last name is spelled Hobgood.
Okay, and Ms. Hobgood, how are you currently employed?
Currently, I'm employed as a forensic biologist at the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
Now, as a as a biologist,
Yes, ma'am.
what do you do for the Army?
Yeah, so typically we call it Army Crime Lab or USICIL. So if you hear me refer to it that way, that's what it means. That's where I work now. And at USICIL, I look at evidence submitted by different investigating agencies of all branches of the military. I can look for bodily fluids such as blood or semen. I can also perform DNA analysis if necessary.
Now, what sort of training, experience, and education do you have to be able to work as a criminal biologist?
So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Georgia. And soon after I got that degree, I went to work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in their crime lab. I was an intern in their latent print section. I was then a technician on a temporary basis in their toxicology section. But in July of 1997, I got hired in their serology DNA branch as a forensic biologist. It was there that I learned how to perform the test, how to interpret the results. And during that time, I had several written exams, which I passed successfully. I had oral exams, which I passed successfully. And then I also had what we call practical exams. So mock evidence was given to me, and I had to obtain 100% accuracy on those results with everything that I learned. I did that. And then I started working as a forensic biologist until at the GBI until I left in April of 2006 and started working for the Army Crime Lab.
You talked about the practical portions where you had to have 100% accuracy. Those particular portions, are you dealing with samples that are known to other people in the crime lab to be able to know 100% certainty who it is?
Yes, they are actually samples that are made up. So they're not from actual cases, they're made up, so the person that makes these samples up, they know what the results should be.
And you said, what year did you leave to go to the Army Crime Lab?
2006.
And have you been employed there ever since?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to 2005. In 2005, October of 2005 specifically, how long had you been working as a biologist?
I had been working as a biologist since 1997, so 8 years.
And at that time, any idea how many times you had an occasion to test samples for biological samples?
How many samples?
Any idea from the time that you started until 2005?
I would say in the thousands.
And as of today, would you be able to tell us how many times you had an occasion to do that kind of testing?
Probably tens of thousands by now.
Have you ever had an occasion to testify in court as to your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Any idea how many times you've testified?
About 200.
And have you ever been tendered as an expert in any fields?
Yes.
Specifically, what fields have you been tendered as an expert in?
I've been tendered as an expert as a forensic biologist, also as a DNA analyst or forensic serologist, different titles.
Okay. You say different titles. Do they mean the same thing to you?
They do.
And any idea how many times you've been tendered as an expert?
Every time I've testified.
Have you been tendered in places outside the state of Georgia?
I have.
And any idea how many times you've been tendered outside the state of Georgia?
Probably 50 to 60.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move to tender her as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
All right, any objection on board as to her qualifications? No objection. Thank you, Mr. Gifford. Ladies and gentlemen, as with some of our previous witnesses, Ms. Hobgood has been tendered and accepted by both sides of this case as an expert in her field of forensic biology. Is that what
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
tendered her in? Which authorizes her to give her opinions based on certain facts that are not known or in fields not known to the average juror. Give her testimony whatever weight you believe it's entitled to, just as you will any other witness. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I want to direct your attention to specifically October, November of 2005. Did there come a time in which you were asked to test items related to this particular case that we're here on today?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding it's been a while and you don't work there anymore, have you had an occasion to review your notes as well as the reports you issued in this case?
I have.
I want to first start with what was labeled as item 1 at the GBI crime lab. What was item 1 in this case?
Item 1 is a latex glove.
And when you received this particular item, was it the whole glove?
No, ma'am.
What portion of the glove did you receive?
I received the portion that is basically the top of the palm all the way around to the knuckles on the hand. So just that area.
Without going into what anyone else said, were you familiar with any of the discussions that were going on at the crime lab of how best to utilize this glove?
No, I was not.
Let me ask this then. Generally, with a piece of evidence, are you able to get both DNA and prints from it?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you able to do that?
Well, a lot of times we can, and it really depends. A lot of times, at least with my job now, we would consult, or I consult with a latent print examiner, and we kind of look at the evidence and they say, hey, you know, don't test here, I see something here, but you can test in this area. Also, it can be super glue fumed, which is basically the item is put into kind of a tank and some super glue is heated up and the fumes will attach to the cells of the fingerprint. And depending on the item, we can actually swab that fingerprint as well.
Okay. You talked about you'll get with the fingerprint analysis person and figure out what to swab, what not to swab. Generally, when you swab something for DNA, would that affect the ability to lift a latent print? Or could it affect the ability to lift a latent print?
I'm not a latent print examiner, so I don't know that.
So then I guess my question is, why are you talking to latent print examiners to figure out where you're going to swab, where you're not going to swab?
Because we want to make sure that we do the best possible testing we can for the item. So if there's an area that a latent print examiner feels like is good for their testing, we try to avoid it so that we can get results from both DNA and latent prints as opposed to having to pick one or the other.
Do you know if that was done in this case?
I think so, since I was given just this one strip of the glove, I would assume it was so that the rest of the glove could be preserved for other testing.
Direct your attention to the screen in front of you. This is State's Exhibit 154, and ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Okay.
Now, looking at that particular document, or that particular picture, do you see the portion of the glove that you were given to swab in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And which portion was that in the picture?
It's the portion that's in the middle.
And when we say swab, what do you actually mean by that as a biologist?
So when I talk about swabbing, I actually take an item that looks like a Q-tip. It's a little bit different, has a longer stick, but it has the cotton end like a Q-tip does. And so that's a method that we use to collect DNA off of an item most of the time. And the way we do that is we actually take some sterile water and then put it on the cotton of the cotton swab and then swab the item of evidence. And then when we do DNA, we take that cotton swab and perform DNA analysis on that.
Okay. Now, I know we refer to it that looks kind of like a cotton swab, but are there measures in place to make sure that the swab you're using is not going to have anyone else's DNA on it before you use it?
Yes, they come in sterile packages.
Then are there precautions taken to make sure your DNA is not going to get on the swab that you're using?
Yes.
In this particular case, did you in fact swab the glove as we just discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you swabbed the glove, did you swab the outside, the inside, or both?
I swabbed both.
And did you do that with one single swab or with different swabs?
With one single swab.
Now, I want to take you back to forensic biology in 2005.
Okay.
Was it the same as what we have now as far as what we could do with touch DNA?
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury what I mean when I say touch DNA, please.
Touch DNA is a loose term that we use. I mentioned before that I could do DNA on bodily fluids. So this is DNA not on that, just if someone actually touches, like if someone touches here, if I swab that, there's a possibility that I can pick up their DNA. So basically it's as a result of someone handling an item.
Okay. So you talked about bodily fluids. What are some of the bodily fluids that you can test in order to get someone's DNA?
The main three that have a large amount of DNA in them are blood, semen, and saliva.
Okay. When we talk about touch DNA, is that one specific kind of DNA or one specific part of the body that we're, like, is it skin cells you're testing? Is it sweat? What are you testing with touch DNA?
It's actually skin cells. So
Skin
even
cells.
if we tested something that sweat had dropped on, it's the skin cells in the sweat that we would be getting the DNA from.
In 2005, was the equipment that you were using for DNA testing, was it as sensitive as the equipment that you use now?
No, ma'am.
And I know you don't work at the crime lab, at the GBI crime lab anymore, but can you talk to the jury a little bit about what the science was that you were using back in 2005?
So back in 2005, the science I was using was very similar to what I'm using now, but there are some differences. The science I was using, the basic steps are the same. And by that I mean, when we pull the DNA out of the cell, we basically do it the same way. The chemicals have changed. They're not as hazardous anymore. And then we copy the DNA using the same type of equipment that we used back then. But what's really different is back in 2005, typically we only tested items that came from bodily fluids, or samples that came from bodily fluids, because we knew that was enough DNA for us to be able to detect. This was the first case I ever did that involved just possibly someone touching something without a fluid. And back then, we were able to get DNA profile information at 13 areas all across someone's DNA. Now we can get it across 25, 27 areas. So basically the technology to find that DNA information is the same. It's just that it's more sensitive and we can see more information now.
Now, you just referenced that back then you could get 13 areas. What do you mean by areas of DNA?
So we call them loci. L-O-C-I is how you spell it. And so when you look at the chromosomes, there are different areas that we look at, and the information or the instrument that we use gives us information at those 13 areas for an individual.
how many total areas are there of loci in DNA?
Oh, gosh. Hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many can we get now?
So right now, in my job, I can get anywhere between 25 and 27, depending on the type of testing I'm doing.
When we were able to get the 13, as we did in this case, does that, if we're talking about there are a bunch of thousands or more, but we're only getting 13, how do we know that that's accurate information of somebody's DNA?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, I guess I'm trying to see, when you issue a report for DNA, do you give percentages of likelihood of a false match?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do that for every single time?
Well, we don't give, it's basically a statistic that we run if there's an inclusion. So we don't really give a statistic for a false match.
Yes, ma'am.
We can either give, as back in 2005, a frequency of occurrence. So how rare is this DNA profile information in a population? To whereas now we can actually give a likelihood ratio as to how likely some evidence is if it was generated by this person as opposed to another person.
And I probably should have started with this question, but I want to back up a little bit and just, as basic as you can you explain to the jurors what you mean by DNA?
Yes, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is something that is in every cell of our body. There are a couple of things to remember about DNA. One is that it's set at conception, and you get half from your mother and half from your father. The other thing to remember, or another thing to remember, is that generally your DNA profile does not change throughout your entire lifetime. And also your DNA profile is going to be the same as if you look at a white blood cell, that's going to be the same as your DNA profile from your hands.
Okay. Would any two people have the same DNA?
Well, we haven't tested everybody. So I can't say for sure, and that's why we do statistical analysis. That's why if we have an inclusion or we have where someone is matched, we generate a statistic, 1 in 1 million, that kind of thing, to give weight to that inclusion. If we had tested everybody on Earth, then we would be able to send a report saying, yes, it's this individual, but we can't do that.
Based on the people that have been tested thus far, have there been any people who actually have identical DNA?
Outside of identical twins, none that I'm aware of.
Okay. And the science that you do, is that based on what you've just explained to us?
Yes.
Okay. So then let's move forward to this particular case. Why did you choose to swab the inside and the outside of the glove?
So in 2005, as I stated a little bit earlier, this was the first case that I did that involved touch DNA, that did not involve a fluid as far as I knew. So the thought process was to maximize the amount of DNA, because I didn't even know that I would get anything. I figured I probably wouldn't, because we usually needed a lot of DNA. So I swabbed both sides in order to maximize the sample to see if I could get any profile.
And generally with touch DNA, do you get as much of a sample of the DNA itself as you do from fluids?
No, ma'am.
And is there a correlation between that and why it's now easier to get touch DNA with the new science?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain that, please?
Yes, so the testing that we do now can detect a much smaller amount of DNA than back in 2005.
Okay, so when you swabbed this glove, were you the actual person that did the testing to see if you were able to identify any DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us, when you swabbed the glove, item 1, did it reveal any DNA?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell us, was that of one person or more than one person?
It was more than one. It was of 2.
Okay. Were you provided well, let me ask you this. Were you ever provided with DNA that was believed to have been that of Tara Grinstead?
I was provided with a toothbrush that was believed to have belonged to her.
Need some water or anything, man?
I'm good, thank you.
May I press for this, Judge?
Sure.
I'm going to show you marked as 178 and ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize what that particular exhibit is?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
I recognize State's Exhibit 178 because it has the unique Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab number. It also has a description of what the item is. It also has my initials and date on the seal.
Okay. When this bag was received at the crime lab, was it in a sealed condition?
Yes.
And when it was opened, after you had tested it, did you put the items back in there?
I did.
And then did you seal it yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, does it appear to have been opened in any other way?
You know, there's another area where it's been opened, but those are not my initials.
Okay, can you tell us what those initials are?
They look like AJH.
Okay. Now, do you know anyone that worked at the crime lab before you left who had the initials of AH?
No.
Okay. What is the date in which does it have a date with those initials?
It does. It's either June 14th or June 24th of 2015.
Okay. And would you have been working there in 2015?
No, ma'am.
The items that you put back in this bag, State's Exhibit 178, and sealed an initial, were those the same items that you were given?
Yes.
And what were the items that you were given related to State's 178?
There was a toothbrush in there, a green and white Oral-B toothbrush.
Okay. And were you able to utilize that toothbrush to obtain a DNA sample?
Yes, ma'am.
And going forward, was that DNA sample from that toothbrush used in examining what was found on the glove?
Yes, it became a sample that we used, and we put it in quotes in the report that it was from Tara Grinstead, since it was identified as being her toothbrush, and that was used to compare to other evidence.
Okay. And did you in fact compare the DNA that was taken from that toothbrush to either of the DNA samples found on the glove?
Yes.
What was the results of that?
So I did find that one of the profiles on the glove was consistent with the DNA profile of the toothbrush that was from Tara Grinstead.
Okay. And again, I know we're talking about 2005 science, but were you able to determine whether there was a major or a minor profile in the glove?
Not necessarily. They were pretty much equal.
Okay. And were you able to tell anything about the other DNA?
I did know that there was a male sample on there, but other than that, I didn't have any other identifying information at that time.
How did you know it was a male sample?
So one of the areas that we look at that I talked about earlier is an area that will tell me whether the sample is male or female. So if it's a female, that area will have a profile of XX. If it is a male, it will have a profile of XY. And so there is a Y at that area. So that lets me know if I have two people, one of them was consistent with the toothbrush of Tara Grinstead. I do have a male in there, and so the other sample is male.
And when you did the testing on the toothbrush that was identified as Tara Grinstead's, did you also do that testing to determine if it was male or female DNA?
Yes, that was female DNA.
Okay. At that point, were you ever asked to compare any known samples from males to the unknown sample on that glove?
Yes.
Sitting here today, can you tell the jury how many different males you personally compared to that glove?
I could tell you if I counted them up, but I would say dozens.
Okay. I want to talk about one specifically. Actually, two specifically. These have already been labeled and identified. So State's Exhibit 144 and State's Exhibit 179. I'm going to ask you to take a look at those and tell me if you need to look at your reports as well, let me know.
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize one of them or both of them?
I recognize one of them.
And which one is that?
It is State's Exhibit 144.
How do you recognize State's 144?
It has my initials and the date. It also has the GBI crime lab number on it.
Okay. And when you received State's 144, would it have been sealed according to GBI protocols?
Yes.
And when it was removed at the crime lab, after it was tested, did you put it back in that bag?
Yes.
Since the time that it's been put in that envelope, does it appear to have been opened again?
No, ma'am.
And so would that be in the same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes.
You're right, this time I would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 144.
All right, any objection of voir dire to that document? That's admitted without objection. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
Now, when you were given State's 144, was it identified to you who that, let me ask this first. What is State's 144?
State's 144 is a known buccal swab of Heath Dykes.
Okay.
A buccal swab is a swab from inside the mouth, and that's what we use as a known sample to compare two profiles obtained from evidence.
Do some people say that buccal swab?
Yes.
Any difference between a buccal swab and a buccal swab?
No, same thing.
Kind of like pecan and pecan?
Exactly.
Okay. So, in this particular case, did you compare the DNA sample from Heath Dykes to the unknown sample on the glove?
I did.
And what were the results of that?
I determined that Heath Dykes was excluded as a contributor as a source of DNA on the glove.
And I'm sure we all know what excluded means, but can you tell the jury, based on your examination of Heath Dykes' known DNA and the DNA from the glove, is there any way that Heath Dykes contributed that male DNA?
No, ma'am.
Looking specifically at your report that you did on 11/5/2005, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
As it relates to that specific report, I guess let me ask you first, would this have been the first report you did, or had you already done some more reports before this?
I believe this is my first report on this case.
And in this report, other than Heath Dykes, were there any other persons with whom you were asked to compare DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the other person with whom you were asked to compare their DNA to the unknown sample on the glove?
Anthony Vickers.
And did you do that?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what the results of that examination were in comparing the swabs from Anthony Vickers to the unknown sample on the glove?
I was able to determine that Anthony Vickers was not included as a contributor to the sample in the glove.
And I don't want to talk to you about every single one that you did, but I will ask this. Of all of the persons that you were asked to compare the DNA samples of, did you ever, in your analysis, find someone that matched the DNA from the glove?
No, ma'am.
Okay. While you were still at the GBI crime lab, were you the only biologist testing the glove, or were other biologists involved at that time, or do you know?
As far as I know, when I was there, I was the only biologist testing the glove.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to your report from December 5th of 2005. Can you tell us what that report reflects?
Yes, this particular report reflects the fact that I received several DNA samples from males and compared them to the information that was obtained from the glove.
Can you tell us who the samples were that you received as it relates to this report?
This particular report, I received samples from Anthony Mack, Larry Gaddis, James Hickey, Detective Bill Bars, Shannon Young, William Hamilton, Walter Calhoun, Howard James, Aldo Gifford, Andrew Griffin, Melvin Summerlin, and Jeffrey Lee, as well as Tracy Lamar Allen, and, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, Jordan Mobley.
Okay. In testing those persons, did any of their DNA match with the DNA that you obtained from the glove?
No, ma'am.
Now, I want to switch gears for a moment and discuss other items that you were requested to test other than the glove.
Okay.
Do you recall if you were ever asked to examine possible blood stains on a comforter?
Yes.
And can you tell us, did you do that?
Yes, the blood, or the comforter was tested for the presence of blood.
And did you do that?
We have, I reported it out. We had individuals that actually do the testing and then give me photographs of their results. I interpret those results and generate the report. So that's what happened in this case.
So I'm going to show you what's been identified as State Exhibit 125 and ask you to take a look at that for me, please.
Okay.
And, sorry, we pulled it up for you. Turn this down. Do you recognize States 125?
So States 125, I recognize it. It has the GBI crime lab number that is identified with this case, and it is described as being a comforter.
Okay. And does that appear to be based on does that appear to be the comforter that you would have tested in this case?
Yes, that was the comforter that I reported out the blood results on.
And specifically, is this listed as submission 6 in the crime lab?
I do not have, I don't think on the report it lists the submission number, so I don't have that in front of me.
But again, does this appear to be the comforter that you tested in this case?
Yes.
And at the time that you received it at the crime lab, or the crime lab received it, would it have been packaged in accordance with GBI protocols?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender into evidence States Exhibit 125.
Any objection to 125? Thank you. That's been previously identified by Mr. Rossler as well, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. That's admitted without objection.
As to States 125, the comforter, did I understand you to say that a technical assistant would have actually done the testing, but you interpreted it?
Yes. So she did the testing and documented the test results. I then interpreted those, and that was what was happening at the lab at that time when I left. We had individuals doing the testing for bodily fluids because they're chemical color change tests. But then I interpreted those results and issued a report.
And based on your interpretation of the results of the analysis of the comforter, were you able to determine if that was in fact blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that blood compared to any other person's?
I don't have a record of that,
okay.
Of doing that testing. The testing on the comforter was done just a week or two before I left.
Okay.
So I would assume that if DNA was done on the comforter, it was done by someone else.
I understand. So you only interpret, as the comforter, you only interpreted the blood?
Correct.
Now, as it relates to blood, let me ask you specifically, are you able to tell at any point, are you able to tell the source of the blood? For instance, whether it's from a wound or menstrual fluid or a nosebleed, is there any way to distinguish that?
No, ma'am.
And I guess, is there any way to distinguish that even as of now in 2022?
No, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to a report that's dated 3/13/2016. I think you actually have two from that date.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to look first at the one that the evidence says on 12/20/2005.
Okay.
Can you tell us, as it relates to this report, what you were asked to test?
So there were several swabs, and I don't know where they were taken from, but it was asked that these swabs be tested for the presence of blood.
When you say there were several swabs, how many swabs did you actually test as it relates to this report?
is it okay if I refer to my notes?
Absolutely, if that will refresh your recollection.
I believe 13 were tested.
Okay. Of those 13, what were you testing for?
The presence of blood.
How many of those 13 tested positive for blood?
One of them tested positive for the presence of human blood. There were other swabs that tested positive for the presence of blood, but negative for the presence of human blood.
Okay. And based on your report, are you able to tell us what the item numbers were for these particular items that you tested?
Yes.
What was that?
It was item number 54. They were all in one package.
Okay. And does it specifically indicate an evidence number after that?
Yes.
And what was that evidence number?
E383065.
Is that a number that the crime lab would have assigned it, or would that have come in from the agency that submitted it?
I believe it came from the agency that submitted it.
May I have just a moment?
Yep.
I don't have any further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gibbs, any cross-examination?
DNA testing is advanced a lot since 2005.
Yes, sir.
And the testing now, I believe you testified, is much more sensitive than it was in 2005.
Yes, sir.
And the testing now can detect much smaller amounts of DNA than it could in 2005.
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that the glove, when you tested it in 2005, that it had 3 or more people's DNA on the glove.
When I tested it, it did not.
But that was limited to the testing that you had available to you at the time.
Correct.
And so the testing now is more sensitive. And so it could be that it had 3 or more on there and you just didn't detect it.
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to dispute that the testing of the glove that was conducted in 2017, 18, and 19 in this case detected 3 or more people's DNA on the glove?
No.
And you never tested the glove for Mr. Ryan Duke's DNA?
That's correct. I never compared his DNA to the glove.
And you never tested for Mr. Bo Duke's DNA?
That's correct.
And speaking of Bo Duke's, if someone picked up the glove and dropped it, is that enough to leave touch DNA?
It's enough to leave touch DNA. Whether it's enough DNA to be detected, there are several factors that depend on that.
And those factors are if the person's hand was clean or if her hand was dirty, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned earlier, but at the time you conducted the DNA testing, in this case in 2005, you never conducted touch DNA testing before that?
Personally, no, sir.
And so this was the very first time you've done it?
Yes.
When you were with the GBI, private attorneys, defense lawyers couldn't ask the GBI to conduct any specific testing, could they?
To be honest, I don't remember the policy. I don't ever remember being contacted by someone personally. I would think if they wanted it done, they would have to go through the submitting agency. But again, I don't remember the exact policy.
No further questions?
Ms. Hart, think of anything to follow up?
I do have just a couple of follow-ups. Just to be clear, do you have any idea what happened with the testing of this glove from 2006 when you left the GBI crime lab?
I do not.
Okay. And when you were testing it back in 2005, how many DNA samples did you see on that glove?
I found DNA profiles from 2 individuals.
Now, how many times did you swab this glove? Once or more than once?
Just once.
And at the time that you swabbed both the inside and the outside of the glove, what was the ratio of the Tara's DNA to the other person's DNA?
It's about 50-50.
Defense counsel asked you about some of the factors that can cause touch DNA. Is friction something that can affect the amount of touch DNA you're going to get?
Yes, possibly.
Can you explain to the jury how friction can cause that?
So with touch DNA, there is not, even now, there is no sure and definite rule that if you touch an item for this long, you're going to get this much DNA no matter what. There are several factors that can affect how much touch DNA you can get or detect. One is if someone hasn't washed their hands, they're going to have more dead skin cells, and so when they touch an item, there's a possibility they would leave more than if they wash their hands. And sometimes it just depends on the individual. Something else that can determine whether or not you have more touch DNA, as Ms. Hart said, is friction, or how long are you rubbing something. Generally, you would expect that there would be more, and that probably is the case most of the time. And then also the type of item. So touching this, I may actually leave less DNA than if I touched my jacket because it's got a fabric and that can hold on to the cells. There's lots of things that determine whether we're going to get touch DNA and if we're going to be able to detect it and interpret it.
So let's say, what if someone's climbing a rope, just a regular old rope? Would you expect to get their touch DNA off of that rope?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because it's an item that has a lot of fibers that can hold on to the DNA, and then if they're pulling on it, they're really rubbing their hands against it as opposed to just a light touch.
So what about if you climbed a rope, left your touch DNA, and then I climbed it behind you? Is there a possibility that your DNA from the rope is now going to be on my hand?
Yes.
And if you were to swab my hand after that, could you possibly get your DNA off of that?
Yes.
Okay. What about a steering wheel? If someone is gripping a steering wheel, is it possible that they could leave touch DNA behind?
Yes, ma'am.
Would different types of steering wheels affect the ability to get that touch DNA?
Yes, depending on the surface. If it was more rough, I would think there would be more DNA left behind.
And again, if someone let me ask you this. Is the amount of time someone drives that vehicle going to affect how much touch DNA you could get?
Maybe, maybe not, because when you're touching an item, you're also removing DNA, because if DNA is on there, it's going to transfer back onto the hand. So there's not a linear way to look at it and say the more they hold the steering wheel, the more that their DNA will be there, because most steering wheels are smooth, so I don't know. I could see it transferring both ways.
Back in 2005, were steering wheels always as smooth as they are now?
Well, no, not if people have covers on them and things.
Okay. And if, again, the same example as the rope, if you've driven your vehicle and left your skin cells behind, and I then drive your vehicle behind you, is there a chance that I now have your touch DNA on my hands?
Yes.
And could I then leave both mine and your touch DNA on an item?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any follow-up, Mr. Gibbs?
And so as you sit here today, Ms. Holly, you have no opinion as to whether or not voting DNA is on for this case?
I do not have an opinion on that.
Thank you.
Okay. That it, Ms. Hart? Ms. Hobgood, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. You're going to be excused at this time. Don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury today with any other witness in the case until our case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. You'll be excused at this time.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay. We out of witnesses today.
We are, Judge.
Suit y'all to head on to the bus. All right. Please leave your pads in the chairs, ladies and gentlemen, face down. Nobody will bother them. Once again, don't discuss this case with anybody or allow anybody to discuss it with you. If anybody tries to talk to you about this case, please report it to us when you come back in the morning. Please disregard any kind of television, newspaper, any reports like that. Y'all have any questions about anything? Same time tomorrow. See you then. Thank y'all. Have a good night. Does everybody remain in place while the jury leaves the courthouse? All right, State, got anything we need to talk about before we leave?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Anything you can think of we need to talk about before we adjourn? Mr. Merchant, Mr. Gibbs?
One thing, Judge.
All right.
I understand the statement from Mr. Duke's going to undergo some revisions this evening, and I don't know how much of it will remain intact, but we'd like an opportunity to review the whole thing after it's been redacted before it is presented, given that there are constitutional questions involved.
I'm not actually redacting it. I'm going to, because I don't know how to do that. I would be marking the times that it needs to be muted, and I'm happy to share those with them. I already have a general idea of those times right now.
The best way I've observed it in the past, the CD or whatever it is, just be running with the numerical time or whatever it is, and then whomever's editing it or blocking it out would just have the times to turn off at 10 minutes, 15 seconds, turn back on at 10 minutes, 45 seconds, something like that. You're going to come up with those numbers tonight, is what you're talking about.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yours, I guess, I'm assuming
They're
the
identical.
tapes or CDs or what, how is? What
They were
medium?
provided in digital format to
So
both of us.
Your numbers will be the same as his numbers?
As
on
long
the-
as we're using the same system to play it. We had a case recently, one of our other ADAs, I had made notes for her and she used a different playing system and the numbers were different. But I will be using VLC to play
Does
it.
that mean anything to y'all, VLC?
Not really, but what may be helpful to us is if they actually list the statements that are being redacted and send those to us. That way we can keep up regardless of whether the numbers match or not.
As long as I can give a general idea and not a quote, that's not a problem whatsoever. Because it usually starts with, well, Bo told us this. And so that's not a problem whatsoever.
So that'll be the first part that comes out, right?
Almost every time he says, well, Bo told us this.
That'd be fine, Judge.
I'll be here about 8:30 in the morning if anybody thinks of anything. Okay, and you got my number if you need it before the.
Now, I will say, I do have a personal obligation tonight that looks like I'm gonna be able to make, and so it'll be after that. Normally I've been working for several hours afterwards, but a teenage boy actually asks you to go do something, you go do it, because normally he doesn't care if I'm there or not, so, have a thing to
Y'all
go.
have a nice night.
Thank you, Judge.
No, I'm gonna take some of this.
As far as you anticipate having a full slate of witnesses tomorrow, I guess.
I anticipate that Jason Shadell will take up the rest of the day tomorrow and probably go into the next day. So yes.
Is he gonna be